credentials of the speaker, so that by the time we're taking a full photo, you're fully wearing the gown. Is that okay? So that's just the first one. Then we can go through the swearing in. Now.
We are thankful that online members have started joining, and soon the guest of honor is going to enter. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for him, I would just like to take you through some rules that any member, if you want to speak, you should please raise your hand and switch on your mic and switch it off as soon as you finish speaking. A member is unable to conveniently stand by reason of sickness or disability, may be permitted to speak while sitting. So, okay, we'll go straight now. Please stand up. Please raise so that the guest of honor can enter. Honorable guest of honor, we are so thankful to have you here, and we'll proceed directly with the schedule as planned. And we are going to start with speeches from, we're going to start with an opening with the East African anthem. So I would like to ask all of you to raise. Please stand up so that we can sing the East African anthem. A minute, please, as they prepare for the song. Mungu twaomba ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe Mungu twaomba ulilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuendeleza maendeleo, 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 tuwezeshe kuendeleza maen
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. You may all sit down. Take your seats. I would like to welcome the clerk for prayers. Just to quickly remind you, if you want to speak, please raise your hand, switch on your mic, and after speaking, you'll be required to switch off your mic. And if you're facing any disability, it won't be a must for you to stand and speak. So you can just sit down and give us your view. And every member shall be addressed as a honorable with the name of the member. And the speaker shall be addressed as either Madam or Mr. Speaker, as the case may be. A member shall not read his or her speech, but may read short extracts from written and printed papers in support of his or her argument, and may refresh his or her memory by reference to his or her notes. I would like to emphasize on taking COVID measures, that is to leave one seat in the middle. So we should all observe that. And I am going to invite speeches from our partners. And I'm going to start with the East African Community Gender Department. Ms. Rogate, please. For each partner, we would like to request you to speak only for 3 minutes or less. Ms. Rogate, you're welcome.
Guest of honor, representing the Right Honorable Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, Honorable Josephine Lemoyan, Honorable from the East African Legislative Assembly, Speaker of the East African Youth Parliament, the representative from Action Aid, civil society organizations represented by the chair of the RDC Regional Dialogue Committee, East African Civil Society Forum, EACSOF, Faraja Foundation, the East African Youth Network, EYN, and honorable members of the East African Youth Parliament, all protocol observed. The EAC Gender and Community Development Department works on issues of gender mainstreaming, children, youth, persons with disabilities, social protection, and community development. The department works to create avenues for youth engagement in order to implement the EAC Youth Policy of 2013 as provided for under the Article 120C of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, whereby the partner states undertake to closely cooperate amongst themselves in the field of social welfare with respect to, and amongst others, the development and adoption of a common approach towards disadvantaged and marginalized groups. These include children, the youth, the elderly, and persons with disabilities, and it does so through the rehabilitation and provision of, among others, homes, healthcare, education, and training. In the EAC partner states, the youth comprise of a larger segment of the population. This presents both opportunities and challenges. The lives of many youths are marred with poverty, inadequate education and skills, inadequate work and employment opportunities, exploitation, diseases such as HIV/AIDS, drugs and substance abuse, civil unrest, and gender discrimination. EAC recognizes that youth are a crucial asset and an important key resource in social, economic, and political development of the community. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the community to ensure that the youth's energies and skills are harnessed and nurtured to promote the social, economic, and political development of the community. Consistent with the above commitment, the youth have a responsibility as well, and they do have a duty to ensure that their aspirations, hopes, and dreams are fully realized. And this is through participatory engagement in all the EAC integration processes. We therefore congratulate the youth who have gathered here today to discuss issues related to them as a whole. We also take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing partners for pulling this off. It's such a great initiative. We wish you a fruitful engagement, and we are looking forward to your tangible recommendations in the effort to achieve the EAC we want. Asante sana, murakoze shane, webale nnyo. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rogate from East African Community Gender Department. And as of now, I would like to call upon Mr. Emmanuel Wabwire from Faraja Africa Foundation, the Executive Director. Please, may you come forward.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, dear partners, protocol observed. Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Viva Africa, viva! Aha. We are young people, right? I'll be brief. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mwalimu for being with us and for always loving the young people right from the start and up to now. I'd like to also appreciate our partners, YACSOF, for standing with us and always engaging with us. Parliament of Uganda, for giving us diplomatic immunity. For most of us who moved, we got to have an opportunity to enjoy the privileges of coming here as elect members of Youth Parliament, YALA. Most importantly, I'd also like to recognize in absentia the partnership of Action Aid, and for their continued support to the Vijana Assembly, the East African Youth Parliament, and also the East African Network for Youth as well, for the support and engagement. But in all, everything, the East African community, and most importantly, for our mother organization and our main hosts, which is the East African Legislative Assembly. I think we would like to recognize with a stamp for the support for providing a safe space for young people here. The East African Youth Parliament is an invented space for young people to come to get the exposure of what it means to be a legislator in YALA, number one. Number two, for us to be able to bring the voices of the different young people we represent in our various constituencies, both in the electoral colleges of the youth councils, student leadership, civil society, young entrepreneurs, and cultural leaders, and cross-cutting all sectors. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to inform you that there is diversity in the House. And not only in the House, because of COVID, young people were cognizant of the standard operating procedures. And because of that, we have also adapted to the hybrid way of sitting. And in that, we have young people who are attending online across the regions. These past years, we have been adapting to a process of actually electing our speakers, but most importantly, building consensus within country and cross-country in building the integration of Africa, East Africa. It is not about disagreements, but rather it's about us being able to move forward and set an example. In the previous years, 2019, young people here made a statement that disability is not inability. In the previous consecutive years, we made a statement that gender equality is important. And also, as we kept on moving, we constantly made a statement that it is integration and equity in representation. And for that reason, the seat of the speaker has been rotational. Why is this highlighted? Is as young people, we observe you as our elders, and we learn from you. But also, we use the opportunity you've given us to share some values that we feel are important also for us. And in that sense, we also bring issues and points that are important. I will not preempt today's discussion because we have a lot to talk about, but as young people, we are happy. And on behalf of Faraja Africa Foundation, I'd like to thank every young person here, every organization represented here, and every key stakeholder represented here. I'd like to say thank you and to wish you successful deliberations. A key note of information from our Sergeant at Arms. Right now, as we are in here, we are MP elects because we have not been sworn in. That means that we are strangers in the House, so we are attending the opening ceremony. But as we go forward before the elections of the Speaker, every one of us will have to take an oath as a member of parliament, and then and only then shall we have the powers to vote and nominate and vote our speakers. With those few remarks, I'd like to thank you and wish you a successful deliberation. I'd like to tell you that the world is watching, so let's be at our best and let's represent our fellow young people. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Executive Director of Faraja Foundation, Mr. Emmanuel, and right now I'd like to call the East African Youth Network representative, Ms. Violet Ayub. And while Ms. Violet is coming, I will be distributing the oath forms. So you have them because as we all know that we are elected, but for us to be able to vote for the speaker, we must also have taken the oath. So I'm going to distribute these papers. Ms. Violet, you're welcome. 3 minutes, please.
Guest of honor, representing the Speaker of the East Africa Legislative Assembly, RT Honorable Josephine Lomayani, Honorable from the East Africa Legislative Assembly, representative from the EAC Gender Department, Ms. Rogati Lokaki, Speaker of the East Africa Youth Parliament, the representative from the Action Aid, civil society organizations, represented by the chair of the Regional Dialogue Committee, East Africa Civil Society Organization Forum, the Faraja Foundation, East Africa Youth Network, and honorable members of the East African Youth Parliament. All protocol observed. In front of you, I'm Violet Ayubu. I'm the director of the Vision for Youth Organization, is based here in Arusha. I am representing on behalf of the East Africa Youth Network. East Africa Youth Network is an umbrella board of the youth CSOs in EAC. Its composition also includes youth groups such as the National Youth Councils, East Africa Student Union, Ambassadors Platform, among other youth groups. East Africa Youth Network, established in 2013 as a platform for continuous dialogue between young people and EAC organs, as provided for Articles 124, 127, 128, and 129 of the EAC Treaty. East Africa Youth Network is mentored by the Department of Gender and Community Development of the EAC. And works closely in the implementation of EAC Youth Policy of 2013. East Africa Youth Network is a member of the Regional Dialogue Committee and a part of the organizers of the Secretary General Forum. East Africa Youth Network is working to support the EAC Youth Parliament and the other initiatives of youth-related agenda to popularize and enhance the implementation of the EAC youth policy and youth engagement in the integration process. EAC Youth Parliament is a great platform for youth to be enlightened and capacitated on how the EAC, East African Legislative Assembly, performs their parliamentary sessions. Our expectations in this 2 days sitting is that the youth will come up with recommendations which will strengthen the implementation of EAC youth policy, and that some of them will be taken further for discussions in the coming SG Forum. Being together is an opportunity to network, learn, and share opportunities from different partner states, not withstanding our youthful age, boundaries, colors, languages, and traditions. It's our time, we the youth, and nothing about us without us. We thank the EAC, IALA, Faraja Foundation, EACSOF, Action Aid, members of the EAC Youth Parliament, and the youth leaders for making this happen. Let's popularize the discussions and keep the conversation going on social media platforms. Follow us on Twitter, EAC Official, East Africa Youth Network Official. Like us on Facebook, East Africa Youth Network. Instagram, EAC_Youth Network. Thank you. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Ms. Violet, for your well-articulated speech. And right now, without wasting time, I would like to call upon the East African Civil Society Forum, Ms. Lillian Alex. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Josephine Lomayani, development partners with us today here, and honorable members of the East African Youth Parliament. All protocols observed. I greet you this morning and welcome you to Tanzania, specifically to Arusha, where the East African community is and basically where the East African Civil Society is located, the Secretariat. So I welcome you all, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak in front of the Youth Parliament members today. My name is Ms. Lillian Alex. I work with the East African Civil Society Organizations Forum as the current acting CEO. And I'm glad to actually have this opportunity to speak with the youth in the year 2021, having commenced this process since the year 2018, when we were in partnership with Faraja Foundation, together with Action Aid Uganda, and also with IALA, because they were our partners from the day go, where they opened the doors to us and welcomed us in their house and gave us the opportunity to actually have the youth here debate different issues and come up with different resolutions. And that has been quite I can say it has been quite an honor. We are really much privileged to have that opportunity. So we thank Madam Josephine, as Ima already spoke. We have been with her from the beginning. She has tolerated with us to date. She has been coming, she has been representing the speaker. I know the speaker was here in 2019, but again, we are honored to have you here this year. Last year, we were not able to have a physical meeting because of the circumstances that we were living in, but we are glad again this year we have met and we are here together, and hopefully we'll have a very fruitful session and parliament session that will come up with fruitful deliberations and resolutions to be shared moving forward. So I don't have much to say, but just to appreciate everyone for the efforts, to appreciate the coordinating team, to appreciate also the Legislative Assembly for continuously supporting us. And I hope this is not the end. I know we are going to be having, the next year there's going to be a new assembly coming in, but we hope that the East Africa Youth Parliament that we have begun is embedded within IALA. This is not just going to be we don't want it to just be an activity. We want this to be something that is embedded within IALA and for it to be a legal framework that is recognized within IALA and also within the East African community. I think that is what we are moving forward to and aiming to. I remember the discussions we were having at, when we were beginning is we were hoping that we also have a legally recognized East African Youth Parliament within the frameworks of the East African community. So I think that's a working process we are on too. And we recognize some of the issues with the partner states that we're supposed to get solved. That is ensuring that every partner state has properly recognized representatives and by having the youth councils. But I hope we move towards that. And even with the incoming house that is going to be coming in next year, we'll definitely carry forward this, this engagement and have it ongoing. So I'm honored and I'm really happy to have you here, and I hope we can carry on with the discussions. And even the people online, we are also grateful for your time. We are grateful that you're present and you've made time to actually attend this event. And it's a 2 days event. I hope we can also get to hear your comments and recommendations and moving forward. So the youth, we're looking forward to further interactions. We're looking forward to further engagements. I am also a youth, so I'll also be attending. So I hope we can all discuss and come up with good recommendations. But for me, I'm here to help and coordinate and also attend and also share my views as a youth from the East African community. So thank you all. Karibuni sana, feel at home, and let's have fun. It's Arusha, it's India, so let's appreciate the time we are having. Karibuni.
Asante sana, Ms. Lillian. And I would just like, before I call upon the last person to give a speech, since we have distributed these papers, you'll see that there's a mistake of a year here, 2012. So you just cut and write 2021. And I would like to call upon the representative from Parliament of Uganda, Mr. David Ivan. Please, you're welcome. And after this, the clerk will continue with the next schedule. Karibu sana, Mr. David.
Thank you so much, MC, the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, represented by Mwalimu Mudogo, as she prefers to be called, the youth of East Africa, members of the East African Legislative Assembly present, members of the diplomatic corps, all sponsors of this Bunge ya Vijana, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, I'm called David Ivan Masajage. I work with the Parliament of Uganda, where I work as the Assistant Director in the Department of Communication and Public Affairs. We would first of all like to most especially thank the Speaker of Yala for allowing the youth of East Africa to be hosted here today and tomorrow. Secondly, would like to implore the call of the East African civil society of seeing that Bunge ya Vijana, whatever the name will be after this, is legally entrenched within the East African community, both at the National Assembly level and then finally at the headquarters here of the partner states' parliaments. We hope that the Speaker of the East African Assembly, through you, Madam, will accept a bill, or call it a motion, to be tabled in this assembly to legalize the youth assembly. So once it is passed into an act here, hoping it does anyway, we have it legalized via, I think, Article 64 and Article 65 of the treaty, where the clerk is obliged to send the decisions of this assembly to the national assemblies for ratification. So once ratified at the national level, it means that each country or each National Assembly should be able to create a budget line for the youth in their country, which will gradually get back to the East African Legislative Assembly. For as we know, the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Where I come from, most of the big names that you hear started as youth leaders, both at school, in the institutions of higher learning, and you'll find that it is with such a fora that the youth of a region first meet. And gradually, by the time you become Minister of Regional Cooperation from Tanzania, you've known a colleague in, let's say, Kenya over the last 10 or 20 years, because you've been together. Now with this e-communication, you have WhatsApp groups, you have Facebook, whatever, you are chatting throughout the years. So you won't be new to each other. Mr. Speaker, through you, Madam, would like to hope and indeed wait for the day when we shall hear all the national assemblies ratifying that act, which we presume will be passed here very soon. I'd like to thank you, all of you, for listening to me. Asante sana.
Good morning, honorable members, all protocol observed. I greet you all in the name of God. Once again, my name is Julia Mhumuza, and I'm privileged to be the clerk of today and tomorrow's session. Okay. We apologize for not having had this oath as early as possible, just so we officiate our purposes here. Because here it's saying that a member shall not sit or vote in the assembly before taking the oath or affirmation of allegiance to the treaty, which is why me and him are here to help us go through or take the oath of affirmation. We all have the papers. Please do not forget to sign and also amend the dates. And we're all going to be requested to stand up and take the oath together. Oh, okay. Okay, speaker. It's on.
Thank you, honorable members. Let me apologize first. We are allowed to allow our guest of honor speaks. Then, as we take the oath, she will be asked here to also to help us administer the oath. So, I'm getting into what's supposed to be done ahead of me, but I'll take this privilege to invite you to talk to the members, and after that, you help us administer the oath.
Yes.
Yes.
Is it okay if I take off my mask?
Dear Honorable MP-elects, I want to recognize the presence of all development partners, specifically Action Aid International, but also all members of civil society organizations, through the East African Civil Society Forum, East African Community Gender Department, Faraja Africa Foundation, and in a very special way, the Parliament of Uganda. I'm bringing to you warm greetings from the Right Honorable Speaker, Martin Goga, whom I'm representing here today, and I'm very happy to stand on his behalf because meeting the young people all the time keeps me young. You energize and rejuvenate me. So even though I age, but in my heart, I feel very, very young. And I want to give my heartfelt congratulations to all of you, who you are going to take your oath today, and you are going to elect your speaker. So hongera sana. I recognize that we are operating at the times when the world is suffering from this global pandemic of COVID. These are very trying times. They are trying times. We have lost loved ones across the world, and specifically from where we come. And I want to give you this message of sadness from EALA. We had also lost several of our colleagues, one of them being Honorable Martin Kasamba, who passed on, and also Mary Ruhere. She was a clerk in one of our committees. They also passed, and may they rest in peace. While we are suffering from COVID, and while we are having all these many challenges, you young people are there to come up with solutions. I'm very happy that you have considered quite a number of issues, and one of them being COVID. I read in your own order paper that today you are going to bring a motion for a resolution of the East African Parliament, Youth Parliament, urging the government to provide 5 years tax exemption for youth startups in East African countries as a post-COVID economic recovery strategy. It shows how innovative you are. It shows how concerned you are, but you didn't take COVID as a challenge, but you want to turn it into an opportunity that you are going to design strategies to address these challenges. And that is really, really encouraging to me, and I think to the rest of East Africans. This parliament of yours is also taking place in a very, very important time when East African community is going through a process of becoming a confederation. And because we are going through a process of coming up with the East African Community Constitution, then it is up to you young people to seize this opportunity and use this opportunity to bring your voices together and urge East African Community constitution-making process to take up the issues that you want to see in East Africa. You are leaders of today. You're not leaders of tomorrow. You live today. You cannot postpone life. It's a reality that you are, the young people that you are today. And you should not postpone and say, let's do it tomorrow. Do it now and today. That is my plea. As young parliamentarians, you come up with issues. We would like to see these issues taken up in the national parliaments, as David said, but also come up all the way to EALA, where we are going to take them very seriously. You have made quite a number of deliberations in the past, and you brought them up to our tables. There are quite a few issues that we have delegated to the standing committees, including the General Purpose Committee, and they are being taken up so that we continue with legislative processes. I urge you very seriously that you create awareness where you are about the East African Community integration process, because you are part of it, and you make sure that you play your representational roles effectively. I have a lot to say, but I know that time is not with us. Once again, I say we are giving you all the support that we can. We would like to see the youth parliament institutionalized and indeed embedded within the organs of East African Community, and we will take this up very seriously in our debates through the respective committees, but also through the young parliamentarians that are in EALA. Although I'm not as young in terms of age, I'm young in my heart, and I'm going to make sure that the youth's issues and your aspirations and desires are recognized in EALA and East African Community in general. With these few remarks, and with the powers vested in me by the Right Honorable Speaker, I declare that the 2021 Vijana Parliament continues and is officially open. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this juncture, I would like us to move to the next event. And we would like honorable members now to, after this point, to be referred to officially as honorable members of this House. Therefore, I'll request you to stand up and read after me as indicated in the forms in which each and every one of you has. Are we set? After I say I, you'll say your name. So I say I do swear, affirm that I will give true and faithful service to this assembly, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the East African community, and will preserve, protect, and defend the treaty for the establishment of East African community, as by the law established. So help me God. Thank you. Congratulations, all members. So you will sign the forms, and as was indicated later, you will change this 2012, so we write 2021. It is also important to note that this is a hybrid session, and we have our colleagues online who we also have to appreciate, and they will receive their forms through email that you will sign and mail back. As we wait for you to sign, the next event will be election of speaker, and my colleague will read the names of the candidates who will talk to us, and after that we shall proceed to elections. And before that, we'll read the rules of the elections. That will be secret ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had 3 candidates nominated and seconded. We have Honorable Bosco Kubwayo, we have Honorable Peter Paul Siniga, and Joyce Lamanya Solomon. And we are going to have them speak to us 2 minutes each so that we know their agenda as the speakers of the East African Youth Parliament 2021. And then from that, we have the names already on ballot. We shall proceed, but we are going to be voting one by one. When your name is read, you will come pick the ballot, tick, and then drop it into this box. And then we shall later have agents, and we shall count the ballots as everyone else sees so that we understand the next step, that it's going to be a true and fair process. Let's have Honorable Bosco Kubwayo.
Honorable Madam Speaker of the Parliament of East Africa, honorable members of this East African Youth Parliament, all protocols observed. It's a pleasure for me to be in front of you to present, to introduce me first of all, and to present my contest to this chair of being the representative, the speaker of the East African Youth Parliament. By name, as said above, I'm Kubwayo Bosco. I'm Burundian. I represent an organization called CCR. And I'm happy to be now member, first of all, of this parliament. And after going through the Treaty of the East Africa, and after trying to understand what is this parliament, I opted to campaign for this chair, and once I be elected, I will make sure that the voice of youth from the different state member of the community are heard. I will make sure that I follow up all the motions that will be presented by us, and make sure that they are implemented by this parliament yearly. I will not have a lot of things to say, but I believe in you that you will give me your support and place your belief on me and vote for me and vote for my beloved country, Burundi. Thank you.
That was Honorable Bosco Kubwayo from Burundi. Thank you so much. Sorry?
Will you allow questions for the contestants?
No, I think because of time, we are not really going to take up questions.
I just have one question.
Honorable members, shall we? Because of time, let's order.
We can't hear you.
That's really true because I accept, and that is why I started by telling us that if that is what you want, we can do the same thing. But we had done it earlier, though actually not in order, but it does not change anything. So should we repeat the whole process?
No, it changes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. I feel Parliament is for the people, and what the people decide is what we go with. Thank you very much.
Okay. Because we are here for the people and everything we're going to say is for the people, let's do this process as fast as possible. No. So the House is open to nominations. Please be guided that Uganda and Kenya are not qualifying to compete as speakers because the fact that they have had a chance to be speakers at the East African Youth Parliament, we are leaving it or we are making it rotational so that we have the inclusion and inclusiveness in participation. Thank you. Can we have the nominations?
Did you allow questions? Questions.
We did not allow questions. We just decided to repeat the process, but as fast as possible. So, ladies and gentlemen, do we have any nominations for speakership from the House?
Sorry, but we want to understand why you don't allow questions if it's a fair election.
Clerk.
Questions.
Clerk.
It's off. Those that are going to contest for speakership. So after they have been nominated and seconded, when they get to speak, you can get to ask them. I don't know if that's okay. Ladies and honorable members of the House, can we really have the nominations for the speakers?
I nominate Rio from United Republic of Tanzania to contest for the chance of the Speaker of this Honorable House. Thank you.
Honorable Rio, by show of hands, do you accept to stand for Speaker for the East African Youth Parliament?
Yes, I do.
What is your name once again?
Paul Siniga.
Okay. Do we have any member in the House to second the nomination of Honorable Paul Siniga?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My name is Gidud Yusuf, and I do second the nomination.
Thank you. So far, we have one candidate, Honorable Paul Peter Siniga, fully nominated and seconded. Do we have any other nomination of any other candidate for the race of speakership at this Parliament? Julia.
Thank you so much, but I'm here to nominate Honorable from Burundi, but because there is no fair representation, he's one person from there, and in Rwanda we have 2 people, I was suggesting I nominate and second him at the same time, if it's allowed.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I second Honorable Bosco from Burundi for Speaker. Yeah, thank you so much. I nominate Honorable Joyce Lamaya from South Sudan to be a Speaker of this House. The other side.
I second the nomination of Honorable Joyce from South Sudan.
I appeal Francis. Propose we close the nomination.
I, Gidoud Yusuf, do second the nominations be closed.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, I don't agree with the procedure because I believe you have put a motion that there should be another nomination. If there is no nomination at that particular time, that's the moment that you are supposed to now withdraw such motion. But
the
members
motion
cannot.
has been seconded.
Honorable delegates, can you hear me? Okay. Protocol observed. Sincere appreciation to Faraja Foundation and all stakeholders that have made it possible for us to be here today. I, for one, am very thankful. My name is Paul Peter Siniga from the United Republic of Tanzania. I'm a graduate from the Center for Foreign Relations. I majored in international relations and diplomacy. I'm also the Secretary General for the African Reflections Foundation, and we deal with wash, sanitation, livelihood, and healthcare. My candidature for the Speaker of the East African Youth Assembly is centered in a narrative that's on youth participation, first of all. I'm keen on seeing how we leverage this platform and tackle tackle different issues that are affecting young people at the moment, one of them being the time bomb of unemployment. And I think we are all here for a cause. We are all here to advocate and represent millions of other young people who are centered around the East African region, being over 70% of the population is young people. So we are the workforce. But what solutions are we providing in terms of how the East African integration works in favor of young people? First. Second, I'm also keen on seeing how we young people trade. As we know, COVID has affected a lot of us in terms of business. I personally, being a social entrepreneur, have been affected by the COVID losses. I'm looking forward to see how I, as Speaker of the House, and how you, honorable members, can come up with solutions and resolutions that we can present to members of the East African community, and how we integrate and channel those solutions in solving different issues around the East African region. Third, I'm also looking at issues of peace and security. As we know, the East African region is facing a lot of security issues, borders, in capacity, in borders. We are seeing our fellows in Kenya, we are seeing our fellows around Central Africa and Ethiopia. They're all facing a lot of internal and external conflicts. So how are we young people addressing these issues for now and the future? Because our resolutions need to be impactful. For me, I'm pro-impact. I am pro-impact. It is enough rhetoric. A lot of here have been capacitated enough. We've been built enough. But I think now it's the time for us to act in favor of fellow young people and the million young people that we represent, cross-quoting through our organization. So I am urging you, fellow delegates, honorable members, to please have me in service as your speaker for the 4th sitting of the East African Youth Parliament. I am here to serve. I am young, I am black, and I am gifted. Thank you. My names are Paul Peter Siniga.
Before Honorable Paul goes, do you have any question for him?
Thank you, Paul, for a wonderful presentation. I am working with you as your speaker in the Tanzanian Youth Assembly, and I know you are a capable young man. You are an extraordinary young man to work with, and you're, of course, wonderfully made. My question to you, what's your vision for the East African Youth Parliament?
As some of my predecessors have mentioned, including our honorable guest of honor here, the main aim of platforms like this, such as the East African Youth Parliament, are to integrate young people's views and lobby and foster development agendas to institutions like the East African community. So my vision as speaker for the 4th East African Youth assembly is to work closely with our supporting partners, our donors, such as Faraja Foundation, to see how this platform can be leveraged, grow, and integrate other young people who are not able to have platforms such as we have. I want you guys to know that, first of all, we are highly blessed to be here. Millions of young people across our countries cannot afford to be at platforms like this. So my role as speaker is to be the voice of the voiceless. Let us all, even after we leave here, let us live with impact. Let us come back next year and know that we have done something in favor of those who are not able to be represented here. That is my vision, that this platform grows and keeps growing to better others that are not able to have access to opportunities such as this, but also formulate solutions and be able to lobby with institutions like the EAC and our governments respectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Siniga. Honorable Robert Sylvester Majuge, you're needed by the Sergeant of Arms. And to the online delegation, we recognize you. We thank you so much for sacrificing your time and joining us virtually. We are continuously going to go on with you in the engagements, in the debates, even with voting. We recognize that you are playing a huge role. Please bear with us, and yeah, we appreciate. That's all I wanted to say. And before I forget, honorable members of the House, every time you have a chance to speak, please say your name. Every time you switch on your microphone to speak, say your name first for purposes of record and to make it easier for the clerks to also note your names as you deliberate. Honorable members, let's have the last candidate, Honorable Joyce Lamanya Solomon, to speak to us. Thank you.
Honorable representing the EAC, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Uganda MP, EAC Civil Society Forum, Faraja Africa Foundation, EAC Gender Department, honorable members from EAC Partners State, audience online, good morning. My name is Joyce Lamanya Solomon. I'm from South Sudan. I'm an engineer by professional. I'm a civil engineer, building and construction. I'm also a secretary for finance and investment, South Sudan National Youth Union. I'm standing for the position of the speakership, EAC Youth Parliament. The reason why I'm standing for it, the youth comprise 70% across the region. As a youth, we have a lot to do. As my colleague said before, that we have issues like lack of employment across the region, especially within the EAC countries. Again, we also have issues of empowerment through creativity, innovation, and technology. I'm committed to pursuing excellence with integrity in all the ventures and passionate about positive transformation within the EAC Partners State. Again, I truly believe youth can play a critical role in creating a peaceful world for generations to come. That's why I'm committed to work with the youth successfully to achieve security within the EAC Partners State, especially in my state and Uganda, because we are sharing border with Uganda as well as with Kenya. Those are the states, especially along the border sites, because those are the states that we share a lot of things together from within. And then again also, I believe in South Sudan, we have many people that they don't know anything about what is the EAC all about. So as being a speaker, within the EAC Youth Parliament, I will also make sure that I raise a big level of awareness within my country for the people to know what is the EAC community, what is the EAC about. And again, also, I will make sure that together with you, we push the resolution of this Parliament to all the partner states as a youth to make sure that we have spaces within our countries. And then again, as a youth speaker in this Parliament, I will make sure that all the partner states, we have forums and our parliaments are functioning at the national levels, and together with all of you as members of this Parliament, we will all push for the better EAC Youth Parliament, and we make sure, as the honorable member from Uganda said before, we will push for us to have a space within the East African Community Parliament. We have legality, we have documents. Together with all of you, we'll make sure that we have a better East African community. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, you can ask.
Okay, Robert Sylvester Majige. I would like to know, how will you respond to the issue of diversity that exists in East African community when you have that chance of being a speaker of this Parliament? Thank you.
I have another question, and my question will be, my name is Novatus Marandu, and it's very nice to meet you, Honorable Joyce. Well, when the former Prime Minister of Tanzania of the fourth regime, Mr. Edward Lowassa, who was asked by a BBC journalist when he was contesting for a president in 2015, the journalist asked, "What will you do if you do not win this election?" And he responded, "I'll go back to my farm and keep my cattle." So my question to you, Honorable Joyce, what will you do if you do not win this election? Thank you.
I think by Bonventure is my name. I believe that the lady from South Sudan has already gone through because there is no opponent. So you should not be really much into, because the last question, if she doesn't win, she's unopposed.
But remember, we have 3 candidates nominated.
There are two speakers. That is according to what we talked about in the morning. So she's unopposed. We are just voting for the second speaker.
I think the Sergeant of Arms will guide on the rules of procedure concerning that, and then we shall hear from him. Can we have Honorable Joyce respond to the 2 questions?
Okay, thank you. For the issue of the integrity, I'm actually from South Sudan, and then again, I would like to see all of you. The next meeting is done in South Sudan. For you also to see the other side of the South Sudan, how it's look like, and then for you also to visit the country. You come and meet with the other young people. South Sudan has a lot of young people who are also. We have also a young politician. We also have young people who are passionate about politics. I'm also one of them, and also make sure that you people will be there, and then together with the partners, we will organize for that. The next meeting will be in South Sudan. The next question is, what will happen if I didn't win? I will remain as a honorable member of the East African Community Parliament, Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Those were our 3 contenders for speakership. Just a reminder, we are live on Faraja Television. Our social media engagement is also on Faraja African Foundation. If you are tweeting, do not forget to put the hashtag ESC Youth Parliament 21. We have 2 of our honorable members online that would want to pass on their communication and engagement or questions. Honorable Patience Dush. I'm sorry, the name was rewritten. I cannot read the other name, but Honorable Patience, you're most welcome. Your microphone is muted. Please unmute your microphone and speak. Oh, Patience is off. Can we have Honorable Gavin? Honorable Gavin, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can hear you. Mr. Speaker, we wanted a bit of clarifications. One, can we get upfront complication from you guys on whether online participants are allowed to vie in whatever positions? 2, there is a statement that was made that Kenyan delegation are not supposed to they're not going to participate in vying certain positions. In an event, they don't do that. What are the... Hello?
They're trying to work on some technical issues. 1 minute, and then we proceed with the election. It would be really unfair for us to proceed without giving a chance to the online delegation to at least raise their concerns or their issues as far as this election is concerned. Thank you. Honorable members, do we have any questions or concerns to the... Okay. Do we have any concerns to the speakers? Do we have any issue? Do we have any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Corey.
Thank you. I think my concern is where is the former speaker? Is she or he willing to hand over, or it is let me win, go home, and never come back? It's a serious question, by the way.
I'm just trying to drive the House attention to someone on the line raising hand, so I think we can see how we can engage them.
For the online participation, we have quite a number of them raising their hands, but when we allow them to speak, their sound cannot come through. That is what they are still working on. But when it is eventually solved, we can proceed with that. About the previous speaker, when Mr. Wawire Emma comes on floor, I think he will address that. Some of us, it's our first time to participate at the East African Youth Parliament, and we really do not have a lot of information concerning the previous delegation. Online, do I choose anyone?
Yes, I'm Mandi.
Yes, please go on.
Okay, thank you. I recognize you all. For us online, we have big serious issues of concern. So we have been wondering whether we are part of the program because no one was reading our conversation, no one is even responding. We were put to mute, we cannot raise our issues. So the first thing is the people took the oath, those who were in the house, and for us we were expecting also after the house finished, the oath, we can also took our oath online. So that will be part of the program. But if, because the paper we will sign, yes, we will just do it, but it is not formal. We would have just took our oath and then later on we sign for the letters. So I see it is not formal way, like we just share with us the letters and we sign and then we send it back. So it is not the right way. We can also take our oath so that we will be part of the program. Otherwise, we will consider ourselves we are not being considered. Second to it, the election. Because the procedures have been taken and we have also right to vote for those people, what if we refuse and don't vote? So will it be a fair procedure? No. Unless if we are just following. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to take this opportunity to re-echo on the issue that has been raised by my fellow honorable member, where he said that where is the Speaker of the East Africa Youth Parliament? We have been informed that this is the fourth sitting. We are not informed of any speaker who has ever chaired this sitting, and we are talking of institutionalization of this house. So I would like to ask whoever has been organizing this sitting to first let us know who has been the speaker and we know what he has achieved, so that by the time we vote, we know where we are heading and we have a sense of direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Like I earlier said, Mr. Wawire will guide us through the next process of the election and how it will happen, and he has information regarding the previous speaker, and he is better placed to respond to that question. Any more concern from the House? Okay, so the issue that was earlier raised concerning... Yes, Honorable.
I think my other question is the House already constituted? Because if ex-officials are still coming in to guide here, there, to the extent of electing the Speaker and telling us on how others got lost and never came back, is it in order?
It is not in order, but provided in a situation where we do not have information concerning the previous speakers, they are better placed to answer the questions. The question that was raised from the online delegation, first of all, we apologize. The mere fact that you felt left out, we really apologize for that. And it was because of a few technical issues that we could not continuously engage with you. But now we have you fully on board. And even through our debates, we shall constantly engage with you. Right off with the elections, you're going to vote online. The polls are going to be shown showcasted. The technical team will guide through that, and you will be voting online, whereas those that are present physically will vote by secret ballot. And about the oath, like earlier mentioned, the oath is going to be sent to your emails, and you will sign and then send back by email that will verify. But regards to you taking the oath with us, it was assumed that we were actually taking the oath at the same time. Regarding the signing, that will be sent via your email and you will send back. And that is it for now. Yes, Honorable.
Madam Clerk, I have a concern. There's an issue of parliamentary sovereignty. If you trying to allude to a member who is outside this house that they can vote online, and yet they have not yet, been sworn in, and second, we have numbers. We are representative of East African youth. So if we allow every member outside there to be able to vote, are we going to have a forum where that is guided?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your concern. But I would like to inform you that members online are part of Honorable Members elect who were sworn in online. They are part of the delegation, and they are going to they are receiving their oath online, and they are going to bring it back. As a house, we are concerned, and we know the exact number, and we are also assuring you of the House sovereignty. Thank you.
About the online people, the online honorable members participating in the election, I don't think it should be a question. These are people that applied to be a part of this. They were verified and they were given access. Because of COVID, not all of us could come together. So really with inclusion, and we are fighting for integration, we do not have to really be bringing up arguments of excluding a section of us that is online. Their ballots are going to be like that, for those voting online, and for us voting physically. Once your name is read, you're going to come, pick the paper, pick the ballot paper, tick, and then drop it in this box. Mr. Wabire Emma, you're most welcome.
Okay, a question was asked about a candidate being unopposed. I'd like to make it clear that there is no unopposed candidate. Number one is we're going to have 3 candidates. The first run-up is going to be the speaker of the first session, first sitting of the 4th Youth Parliament. The second one of the opposite sex is now going to chair the second sitting tomorrow. I think that's clear enough, right? Number 2, the Youth Parliament is a safe space, invented space for young people. Limited resources to be able to organize and pull through and come here. But for those that we are able to, we want it to have new people every time we come. And from the word go, our members who have had the opportunity to serve, to represent, to get the exposure, to learn. This is some of the principles we follow. Now next year we have others that will be able to come. However, one of the things that I like the discussion that was happening yesterday is the institutionalization of the East African Youth Parliament. There, in your debate, in your discussion, we can be able to set the modes that will happen in the next sitting next year. And I also like to give some little bit of guidance, is that our time is fast spent on the issues that are supposed to be debated. And as I said, the world is watching, and technicalities are going to consume our time. Let's have democracy, and let's begin the process and have the debate and the issues start.
Thank you, Emma. I would like to move for election. Brian, is it within...
I think the issue of the former speaker is not being answered, and it's very serious. We don't want to joke about that.
I think we have that after elections and address that in future. I really believe there is a motion that is talking about institutionalization of this parliament, and let's have that other technicality that was there earlier, and moving forward, what do we do? So kindly, honorable members, we are going to have a secret ballot that your name will be called. You will come forward and pick a ballot paper, and you will move here and tick your preferred candidate, and you will enter into the ballot box that is there. Before any member come, I will display to you the ballot box that is transparent so that all of you can see that it is empty. I think my colleague clerk can just hold the ballot box so that you all see that it is empty. If there is question about that, you can raise now. Thank you. So after that, we are going to count the votes here and move forward. So at this point, I'll allow my colleague to call the first name.
Honorable Paul Peter Siniga from Burundi. From Tanzania, please come and vote. Followed by Vivian Kawasinga from Rwanda. Then Honorable Msimenta Marion. Please, let's move fast.
Kindly, we also allow our technical team to start the voting online.
You vote from there.
Thank you for the pen.
So you have a second.
Call them one by one. So that
No,
they
I'm
don't-
taking as they come.
So that they don't crowd here.
Followed by Honorable Pio Angel, Honorable Naiga Shubrakasozi, Honorable Pio Angel, followed by Honorable Naiga Shubrakasozi, Honorable Asena Halima, Pio Angel. Honorable Asena Halima, Honorable Sylvia Cynthia Asianzu, Honorable Asena Halima and Honorable Cynthia Asianzu, Honorable Mjama David, followed by Honorable Jidudu Yusuf, Honorable Opio Francis, followed by Honorable Emmanuel Mulisa, Honorable Isaac Bakashava, Honorable Emmanuel Mulisa, followed by Honorable Isaac Bakashava, followed by Honorable Kabajwara Margaret. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrongly. I apologize. Honorable Rukundo Paul. Followed by Honorable Bosco Kubwayo. Honorable Oboth Julius. Do we have Honorable Oboth Julius? Honorable Elijah Jeremiah Tipango from Kenya. Honorable Elijah Jeremiah.
Kindly, the technical team kindly showcase the voting online.
Honorable Wandia Kimani. Honorable Brian Odere. Honorable Novatas Marandu. Honorable Otieno Bovencha. Yeah, you take what's your name? Honorable Otieno Bovencha. Honorable Nima. Followed by Honorable Jacob Bull. Honorable Jacob Bull. Honorable Badru Juma. It's okay. Honorable Hilda Mari. Honorable Shadida Omal. Please move with a pen if possible. Honorable Robert Badjiger. Honorable Violet Ayub. Right Honorable Ambassador Ezra. Honorable Lillian Alex. Violet. Honorable Lillian. Honorable Agustino Deng. Honorable Joyce Lamanya. Honorable Stephen Machua. Honorable Stephen Machua. Honorable Fadila. Stephen. How do you pronounce your other name? Okay. Honorable Fadila. Honorable Natasha Kiziga. Honorable Novati Moshi. Honorable Moshi. Honorable Maxon Gideon. Honorable Mustafa Yakuti.
Kindly.
Mustafa.
Go sign there. Independent. Yes.
Honorable Corey Bryan.
If we put him online or whatever, they can give us a green light. I'm saying so that as we do the counting, I'll be able to jot as in.
Honorable Said Salum.
There's a box there.
Honorable Said Salum. I'm really sorry if I pronounced your name wrongly.
Kindly, no discussion of the ballot box.
Honorable Alice Gordons. Followed by Honorable Linda Mushi. Mushi. Honorable Danny Ivan. Honorable Danny Ivan. Followed by Honorable Moses Walimbwa. Honorable Moses. Honorable Jonah. Honorable Lubatuka Jafet. Honorable Mangu. Honorable Mangu. Honorable lastly Honorable Abdillah Lugome. Honorable Abdillah. Honorable members, that marks the end of our list. Is there any honorable member in the House whose name has not been read? Unless you are an ex-official, please do not raise your hands. You're a delegate. Honorable Sabra. Sorry.
So honorable members, thank you for being diligent as doing our elections. As per my Colleague Clerk, we are done with the elections, and we are proceeding to counting of the votes that we shall add together with the ones that have been conducted online and declare the result here officially to you. Thank you. Just show them. Stand here. So we are seeing the voting online that you can all see. That we are having 24 participants, and first has been Paul Siniga with 13 votes out of 24. Then you have Joyce Lamaya Solomon from South Sudan with 8 votes. And then we have Bosco Kuboyo with 3 out of 24 votes. So kindly members, you can note, as we count these ones, we bring them together. Peter Siniga. 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 Joyce Lamaya. Peter Siniga. Joyce Lamaya. Peter Siniga. We are having one spoiled vote with both Bosco and Joyce Lamaya. Joyce Lamaya. Oh, sorry. Peter Siniga. Peter Siniga. Peter Siniga. Bosco Kuboyo. Peter Siniga. Bosco Kuboyo. Bosco Kuboyo. Peter Siniga. Peter Siniga. Peter Siniga. Bosco Kuboyo. Bosco Kuboyo. Peter Siniga. Peter Siniga. One more spoiled vote for, it was marked both Peter Siniga and Joyce Lamaya. Joyce Lamaya. Bosco Kuboyo. Joyce Lamanya, Peter Siniga. One more spoiled vote. It was marked between Paul and Joyce Lamanya. Joyce Lamaya. One more spoiled vote, marked twice. Bosco Kuboyo, Peter Siniga, Bosco Kuboyo, Bosco Kuboyo, Peter Siniga.
Please count.
You're going to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Peter Siniga, 21 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bosco, 9 votes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is Joyce, 6 votes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Spoiled votes are 4. Where's the other result? 34. 14. Who vote online? 24.
10, 1, 4, 5, 6, 6, 4.
No, the 40.
Total.
36.
40 online.
40.
24.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then 64.
So thank you very much, honorable members. The total number of members who voted are 64, 24 online, and 40 physical. Results were as follows. Online, Bosco Kuboyo got 3 votes. Physical, 9 votes, a total of 12 votes. Paul Peter, online, garnered 13 votes. Physical, 21 votes, a total of 34 votes. Joyce, garnered online, 8 votes. Physical, 6 votes, a total of 14 votes. In those the votes that were spoiled are 4, a total of 64 votes altogether. At this point, it is pleasure to announce that the official Speaker-elect of the 4th African Youth Parliament is Peter Paul Siniga. Number 2, we have Joyce Lamanya Solomon. third place is Bosco Kubwayo.
In conclusion, honorable members, we shall have the two speakers, Honorable Paul Peter Siniga and Honorable Joyce Lamanya Solomon as our speakers of the East African Youth Parliament 2021. We shall have them take their oath and we shall adjourn the session and they will officially take over. Thank you.
So, kindly, today, after the oath, Paul Siniga will lead the session of today, and tomorrow, Joyce Lamayo will lead the tomorrow's session. So at this point, I will ask Paul Siniga to come in front as we will escort him to the official seat of speaker so that you are able to take your oath. He takes up, yeah. Kindly
We have the two speakers
help me with the pen. So you will read the way it is, putting your hands with respect to how you want it in the Bible, and after that, sign. Okay? Yes. Bible. This is Bible. Huh? You are taking Quran or Bible? So, once more, it's a pleasure to see our speakers take the oath. And it is our privilege to be having Speaker Rep of EAC amongst us, and I would like to invite you over to officiate this oath.
I, Paul Peter Siniga, do swear that I will fully and faithfully serve the East African Legislative Assembly in the office of the Speaker, and that in the exercise of the roles and functions of this office, I will do right to all manners of persons according to the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, rules of procedure, privileges, conventions, traditions of this assembly, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matter referred to the assembly and committed to my secrecy. So help me God. I repeat, I, Paul Peter Siniga, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Legislative Assembly in the office of the Speaker, and that in the exercise of the roles and functions of office, I will do right to all manner of persons according to the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, rules of procedure, privileges, conventions, and traditions of this assembly, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matter referred to the assembly and committed to my secrecy. So help me God.
Is 11th? Sorry guys, I'm nervous.
That's good.
use the mic? Use the mic.
Okay, it's okay. I, Joyce Lamanya Solomon, do swear that I will truly and faithfully serve the East African Legislative Assembly in the office of the Speaker, and that in the exercise of the roles and functions of this office, I will do right to all manner of persons according to the treaty for the establishment of the East African Community, rules of procedure, privileges, conventions, and traditions of this assembly, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matter referred to the assembly and committed to my sincerely, so help me God. Again, thank you. It's okay. Yeah. Okay.
I stand between you.
Communication, then we go. No, the speaker has to advance the sitting for him himself. He proceeds that. No, I want to announce. Yeah.
No, you can't sit before you just have
Yeah, he is the one to adjourn the session, not us. Yes. Are we going to eat? Yes. They look hungry.
So before honorable members, congratulations upon completing the session of voting for the speaker. Just pass a little communication. After the session, the new speaker will adjourn the session. We are going out for official picture and breakfast. We are running out of time. Please hurry, and we come back for the session. We have a lot of engagement today. Thank you. Official speaker, please.
Honorable delegates, first of all, I thank you all for being here today. It is the grace of mercy of God that we are all gathered here to dissect various youth issues in the East African region. Without further ado, I understand that some of you have traveled miles from different places across the region. I will adjourn this meeting, and then when we come back, we will start our official agenda that we are to discuss. So please take this time to network, refresh, And when we come back, it's back to business. Asanteni.
Honorable Speaker should be given his government.
Members, we will wait for our guests also to move. Then when the speaker is crowned, then we can have a group photo. So immediately we are out. We can, after a few minutes, we'll be notified by the Sergeant at Arms to go to the stairs, and then we will join you for the official photo. Sawa? Aya, asante. So we'll immediately, our guests are out, the speaker's out, then we can sit.
Thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful event. From now onwards, it's business, and congratulations.
Yeah, so the front seats are available. You can now take over the front seats. Let us keep time so that we can take a picture immediately after that. Take tea, there's tea here. We do tea quickly. But then guys, tomorrow we need to wake up early. You want to take a breakfast, it is at the hotel. But you need to take it at 6:30. So that's by 7:30 to now. Yeah? Yeah. If you can make sure that it's here, they are safe. And even if you are taken and home, you should be very honored.
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions
people
were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance
It is my prayer that young people realize.
Almost everything that is great has been done. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future. Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions
people
were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
commencement of this maiden engagement of Eastern Regional Youth Parliamentary Advocacy Day, it's a pleasure and my privilege to be with you this morning to join the dedicated young people and youth leaders in dialogue on issues of integration as you mark the Youth Advocacy Day. I believe youth must take and play a central role in addressing pertinent issues affecting yourselves. Such may include, but not limited to, tackling climate change, education, political reforms, right to freedom, and many other areas. Youth can take advantage of civic spaces, physical spaces, and digital spaces, which expose interactive website pages as well as social media platforms,
I want to
be it
address
Twitter,
promotion of
Facebook, or Instagram,
processes
and live stream
of
videos
movement
or even newer emerging sites to ensure societal transformation.
We should focus and reflect on the Africa we want as young people. What kind of Africa we want? We want the Africa where there is inclusion, participation of every citizen, young and old. We want the Africa where the voices of the citizen matter a lot, not the voices of the girl, where the vote counts and not the one who counts the vote.
Sexual and reproductive health.
We want the
The problem is
where the
we
military
only
is
had
not politicized
one safe
and the
space for
politics
these
is not
girls to
militarized.
escape
We
all
want the
these
Africa
challenges of teenage
where
pregnancies, and those
development
were
is for all,
Now,
where the
these
gap between
schools
the
were
rich and the
closed
poor
because of
is not
COVID.
widening,
Youth as agents
but
of
is
change
shrinking.
participating
And as
fully
Action Aid,
with and among
we
other
strongly
guests,
believe
like
that
the
poverty
Deputy
is a
Head of
result of
European
injustice
Union delegation
and
to
can be
Uganda,
healed
Her
once
Excellency
we address
Anna
the question of
Youth leaders
injustice,
like yourselves need to
resource
rise up to
distribution,
design and advocate
and
for
especially
solutions to the burning
the issue
challenges
of
facing
participation.
the young
As
people
young
in East
people,
Africa.
we are very, very
Challenges
passionate
like the
about
lack
not
of
being left
employment
behind.
opportunities
As
and lack of
Faraja, we
education and
want to
skills.
make sure that we coordinate ourselves with other young people within different CPLs, as I mentioned, business and all other angles, to come and be part of the policy-making processes. We are passionate.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
As we know it. Today, we are gathered here.
policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary, as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion of smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
Is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future. Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future.
this maiden engagement of Eastern Regional Youth Parliamentary Advocacy Day, it's a pleasure and my privilege to be with you this morning to join the dedicated young people and youth leaders in dialogue on issues of integration as you mark the Youth Advocacy Day. I believe youth must take and play a central role in addressing pertinent issues affecting yourselves. Such may include, but not limited to, tackling climate change, education, political reforms, right to freedom, and many other areas. Youth can take advantage of civic spaces, physical spaces, and digital spaces, which expose interactive websites, platform, be it Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, and live stream videos or even newer emerging sites to ensure societal transformation.
We should focus and reflect on the Africa we want as young people. What kind of Africa do we want? We want the Africa where there is inclusion, participation of every citizen, young and old. We want the Africa where the voices of the citizen matter a lot, not the voices of the gun, where the vote counts and not the one who counts the vote. We want the Africa where the military is not politicized and the politics is not militarized. We want the Africa where development is for all, where the gap between the rich and the poor is not widening, but is shrinking. And as Action Aid, we strongly believe that poverty is a result of injustice and can be healed once we address the question of injustice, resource redistribution, and especially the issue of participation.
As young people, we are very, very passionate about not being left behind. As Faraja, we want to make sure that we coordinate ourselves as other young people within different spheres, as they mentioned, business and all other angles, to come and be part of the policy-making processes.
We are passionate as Westminster is because the issues of inclusion of youth, women, PWDs, and other marginalized groups is fundamental to the sustainability of democracy as we know it. Today, we are gathered here to engage Yara. These engagements started in small groups of 5, 10 young people saying, what can we do in our small locality? What can we do in our institution of learning? What can we do in our caucus in Parliament? And the idea grew and formed into an initiative that we are now happy to support as a continental initiative.
Vision East Africa is glad to participate in this endeavor of supporting young people in the integration processes. There's growing hunger among the young people. When you move around in all the countries, and whenever you interact with them, the message is the same. Their desire for economic opportunities, their desire for political participation, their desire for networking and interrelations. And as Vision East Africa, we shall continue to facilitate that process of engaging, meeting, and ensure that their voices are heard beyond the offices, beyond the regional parliament, but even up to the highest offices in our own governments, to ensure that indeed our interests as young people, who are in trade, who are in politics, are completely taken very, very seriously.
We believe that if a policy is made with a young person, that policy is sustainable. As young people, if we come to this space, it is a safe space for us to air our views. And it being a safe place, that means our views and our voices will be taken into consideration as law and will be considered in the development of our region and integration processes. We believe in dialogue. We believe in engaging you and making sure that we are part of the development processes, and most importantly, our voices do matter to you.
And all these answers, Right Honorable Speaker, lie in the African Charter on elections, democracy, and good governance. We are here this morning to call upon your office and the Legislative Assembly to urge the member states to ratify this charter. It is the charter that speaks for the Africa that we want. It's the charter that speaks for Africans. And we believe that if it is implemented, domesticated, and practiced in East Africa will flourish and East Africa will grow.
Future generation starts with me and with you. And I have said before, East Africa is your home. These are your countries. Work very hard and make sure that you work to harness and make use of the resources for the current and future generation.
Every generation must, out of relative obscurity, define its own destiny and either make it or destroy it. Now, the next generation is our generation. It is our time. And ours is to ensure we spur the people of East Africa to economic recovery and prosperity. You must know that no one is going to give you political space because politics is competition. You must fight and occupy that space. And that's why you are here, because you are fighting for your political space.
The youth of this community from all over East Africa who made it to Arusha, in particular Faraja Africa Foundation, for the organization of this event. I appreciate the role of Action Aid Uganda, the International Republican Institute, and our good friends, the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, for the partnership. I once again wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you for your attention. And on behalf of the Speaker, I'm pleased to hand over these principles to the chamber of your Speaker today to preside over the Youth Parliament and to wish you all and the members the very best. It is now my privilege and pleasure to declare the East African Community Youth Parliamentary Day officially open, and I thank you for your kind attention. Karibuni sana EALA, karibuni sana Arusha, karibuni sana Afrika Mashariki, na furahieni nchi zenu.
Okay, the moment the speaker comes in, we stand, then we do. Honorable Member, I'm requesting you to come. Okay. Another thing, members, how many of us have Twitter accounts? Facebook, Instagram, good. So I'm requesting, please post some of the deliberations happening here. Hashtag ESC Youth Parliament 21, not 2021. It's just 21. You get it? And then you can tag Yala, tag engagement, so we have engagement, right? And also follow each other so that you know each other and engage with each other. The same with the members online. But then the deliberations are happening on Faraja television, which is on YouTube. So in case after here you want to go and see yourself talking, please make sure you don't shame yourself. Yeah? So this is something you share with your children, your friends, but most importantly, it can be an area where you can further advance what you're talking about, so that even your own area MPs, your own representatives are able to see. Also, don't forget to subscribe and follow on Twitter, Facebook, Faraja Television, YouTube. Asante. Asante.
Honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable delegates, honorable members of parliament of the 4th East African Youth Parliament, I welcome you all to Arusha, Tanzania, the capital of the EAC, as we embark on this journey to find solutions on various youth matters that we are about to discuss. I officially open this meeting, and I am handing the procedures as follows to my clerks first as we proceed.
We will kindly stand for the prayer. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the office of the leaders and the parliament for the welfare of society, good of human lives upon each, and the just government of its purpose. We beseech you to look with abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessing descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory. and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Honorable delegates, as you might be aware, documents were shared prior to the meeting, and in order to save time, we're actually going to right away to business as usual. I will read some of the motions that are about to be discussed, and my clerks will take it from there. But in the meantime, I would like to emphasize on some of the procedural rules of the House. First of all, let us all remember that we are here for a purpose and we are here for a cause. Let us try to be good representatives, and let us try to be responsible individuals. Secondly, the chair is always in order. I would like to reaffirm that. The chair is always in order. Because I know some of you might, as we're in a room for negotiation, some of you might choose to overreact on some issues. So I am pleading with all of you. We are here to negotiate. This is a safe space and a room for dialogue, but also we are adhering to the treaties and conventions of the EAC. So let us be respectable and to those that are in place. Moving to motions. We have a number of motions today in an aligned number of seconders. I would ask my clerk to read the first agenda that is to be discussed by your honorable members of parliament. Clerk, please take it from here.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first motion will be on the institution of East Africa Legislative Assembly for Youth, and the mover will be Otieno Bonventure from Kenya, and the seconder will be Cynthia Asanzu, Uganda.
Clerk, please approach.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you so much, colleagues, honorable members. I bring to you the first motion as put under the paragraph 9 on motion for the East African institutionalization of East African Youth Parliament. And this is what I would like to say as my open remarks, that tomorrow can no longer wait. The time is now. Youths are not leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. The first speakers today in the morning say that the biggest chunk or the biggest number of population in East Africa are the youths. Then the question is, why don't we have so many youths in leadership? So the time is ripe, and this is the time now to ensure that the East African Youth Parliament is legally recognized, that we have continuity and we have perpetuity and different leaders coming into play every year. Why do we say this? Because every year we have different members and we don't have continuity of issues that are being discussed before this House. So it is time for us to ensure that we have leaders after leaders that are having different things or implementation, and we have continuity. We don't want people or youths to be coming to Arusha for 3 days and then the agenda is over. We need continuity. We need the office and East African Youth Parliament to be felt, not only in Arusha, but from Karamajong to Bujumbura to Kigali and the rest of, the rest of East Africa. And the only way we can do that is to ensure that the motions that are passed in this House are properly implemented and are felt by the youths at the ground level. So that is my motion for today. Thank you.
Honorable, Your Honorable Member of Parliament, just a minor corrections. I think you did not stipulate the full magnitude of your motion. Would you please restate your motion to the public, to the chambers here, so that some of the members could understand and maybe share their keen perspectives on this motion and why they should support it. And if there's anyone who wishes to second, I will allow on a 2-1 ratio. We will have some virtual participation, a contribution from virtually, and we will also have some members in the House contributing. So please,
thank you so much.
Stipulate to the full extent of the motion, because you've touched just a certain part of the motion, but as you might see, the motion is extensive to touch more things like decent jobs and livelihoods and business startups.
Yes.
So I would like you to clarify as to why these honorable members of parliament should support your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the reason why I had to run because your court assistant told me time was over. But if you go to Article 64 and 65 of the Treaty, East African Treaty, it puts it clear that it will be upon the East African Legislative Assembly to come up with legislation where East African Youth Parliament can be recognized, and IALA to send those treaty or the laws that have been legislated to the respective countries to recognize the various youth parliament across East Africa, from South Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, and the rest of East Africa. So we believe, as things stand right now, East African Youth Parliament is not proper, or we will say legally or documented. We want a legislation that recognizes that we have East African Youth Parliament, and that can only be done through the IALA. So that IALA itself will send legislations to respective countries to ratify that treaty that have been signed in East Africa, in Tanzania, by the member states. Through that, many youths across the East Africa will be able to access services, not only in terms of business opportunities, but also free movement. In case even in our education sectors, we also share education, medical issues, so youths can access through that. Right now, as things stand, we have really prohibitive laws, and it affects young people so much. So I believe if my motion passes through, we are going to be the first beneficiaries of the law that is going to be passed. And that is why I bring this motion before honorable members, that we pass a motion to allow IALA come up with a legislation to be sent to these various countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Tieno Bonaventure from Kenya. Honorable members, any seconders to this motion, please raise your hand. If you wish to support this motion, please raise your hand. We are having on the agenda, we have Madam Cynthia from Uganda, who will second the motion. But if there are any others who wish to stipulate more and second the motion, you feel free to let us know.
Mr. Speaker, the clerks to Parliament, the honorable members of Parliament, a very good afternoon to you all. My name is Asianju Sylvia Cynthia. I come from Uganda, particularly Arua in West Nile. Uganda is a very beautiful country. All of you should come to Uganda. But most importantly, I am East African. I am here to second the motion. But before I second the motion, allow me say something brief. The justification for the integration of the East African community has never been in dispute. So we really want to appreciate the efforts of our leaders since the 1900s in trying to make the integration of East African community a reality. But now, time has come for us to move from the whole point of the integration of the East African community being an issue of the ministers and the presidents. We need to involve the majority of the East Africans. It needs to come to the people, and of which the majority are the youth. So how best can we involve the people of East Africa in the East African community without involving the youth? So we can do this through the institutionalization of the East African Youth Parliament. Mr. Speaker, therefore, I second the motion of the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the East African Legislative Assembly to institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament. One people, one destiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cynthia Sanzu from Uganda. We will give the platform to our online honorable members. The technical team, please, if there is anyone wishing to second this motion and they wish to speak, technical team.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm here from Kenya.
Honorable members online, if you wish to speak in contribution to the motion, in seconding the motion, if anyone of the honorable members wishes to contribute, please raise your hand.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Please introduce yourself.
Please introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Okay, as the technical team works on that, anyone in the House, any honorable member in the House that wishes to second the motion, we've heard from the mover and the seconder, anyone who wishes to support the motion. Yes. Honorable member, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to first give an information that I felt the motion mover didn't give. In my opinion, I think talking about the institutionalization of East Africa Youth Parliament, you have to first give a brief history of where East Africa community came from.
Order, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I would like to first inform you that the East Africa Parliament commenced operations on 14th March 1966, when the Secretariat of Permanent Tribute Commissions was launched at the headquarters of the East Africa in Arusha, Tanzania. The treaty entered into force on the 7th July 2000, following the conclusion.
Speaker.
Let's allow the Honourable Member of Parliament to speak. Do we have any virtual participation? Is it from a virtual participant?
No, it's a physical one. I'm here. I think the point of order is that you give information when honourable member is on the floor. And the honourable member spoke, I think, minutes back and is now giving information in the absence of the honourable member. The motion was seconded, so I think is in order to re-inform the honourable member after his motion was even seconded.
Honourable Delegate, Honourable Member, I allow you to continue with your point of information, but please keep it brief so as we can move with time. And the reason why I'm doing that, I want everyone to be, this is a participatory environment. All member states deserve equity, and that is why I see there is need for more clarification on this motion. As long as it's seconded, of course, but I think the Honourable, let's allow the Honourable Member of Parliament to share his information and on what he thinks could support the motion. So,
thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And as I proceed, the treaty entered into force on the 7th July 2000, following the conclusion of the process of its ratification and deposit of the instruments of ratification with Secretary General by all the three partner states, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. The Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of Burundi acceded to East Africa Treaty on 18th June 2007 and became full members of the community with effect from 1st July 2007. The Republic of South Sudan acceded to treaty on 15th April 2016 and became a full member on 15th August 2016. The establishment of the East Africa
Honourable Member of Parliament, I am sure the House is familiar with the information. Okay. Please state your query or your point of information. What is the information that you're trying to display?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. What I'm trying to bring on table is to show that as we are sitting here as 5 member states, I'm trying to show you, or to show the House, how different states joined in different days and what they have contributed to become an East Africa community.
Order.
And I would like to show that the reason why we have...
Order, Right Honourable Speaker.
The Parliament should be in order. I am speaking. So this is my conclusion. Okay. I think there's dismay here with honourable members. The motion has already been seconded. We are just having room for a point of information which is clarifying. Therefore, in order to keep time and in order for this motion to be passed, I want all of us to follow the protocols and procedures. Let's keep time. Let's talk about the important issues here that we were sent to do here. I feel like, as your speaker, I would not like to see my members of Parliament not delivering. We are all sent here for a purpose, and I want the House to be in full respect of the people who sent us here. Yeah, is that clear? Yes.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rest my case.
Order.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Delegate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make a very important contribution. regarding the people who want to second the motion, who are following this debate, these sessions via online. I think the best way that we can use, they can comment on the seconding of the motion on the chat box on their respective channel which they are following this session, to make sure that we are not wasting much time on the point that it needs their participation and seconding the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, then.
I would like to clarify something because it can make us speak much. If someone wants to contribute something in this parliament, we could suggest if he or she could stand, so as you can see him, her or him, so as you can appoint him or her. That would be great. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Members of Parliament, do you agree? By agreeing, you raise your hand. How many agree that if anyone wants to contribute and they're given a platform, they should raise? Okay. Motion is passed. So anyone who wants to contribute and is given a chance to say something, please stand up if we allow you to, and you'll say something. In that regard, our online participants, you are not forgotten. You are also as very important as the people here in physical. We want to know your views. We see some hands being raised. The technical team, please allow Chris Kimathi Kinyua, I'm thinking he's a delegate from Kenya. Honorable Kimathi, you have the floor. Please support your statement in seconding the motion. Briefly, you have 1 minute. If there's any technical issues, honorable virtual members, you may comment, and my clerks, we will take into account your comments. Please, our virtual delegates, if you have any comments to second the motion, please write down the comments, and our clerks will take it into consideration. But please state your full name and the country that you're representing. Thank you. Next on our agenda, in order to keep time, we are moving to another motion, which will be moved by Madam Vivian.
Procedure, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm raising on a procedural matter that the motion was moved, but we didn't have any discussions on the motion. I might have a contrary mind on what he moved, so it wasn't passed, and he moved another motion.
Okay. What I'm trying to clarify here is we are going to review all these motions at the end of before joining this meeting, okay, the first session of the meeting. The moving of the motion, the moving of the first motion, I'm compiling the first motion, the first one and the second one, and then we will vote at the end of all discussions. Then we shall pass each motion before adjourning the meeting. If any of you feels that will be too complicated, then we can finalize this motion and move to the next.
Yes, I think that's the way to go.
Okay. So, honorable members of parliament, the floor is free to discuss this motion as raised by Honorable Otieno and seconded by Honorable Cynthia. Please share your views. Do the honorable members of parliament agree to pass this motion?
Mr. Speaker, please allow me to speak.
To the contrary.
Honorable Idungo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we pass the motion, I would love us as a House to discuss the motion exhaustively. Mr. Speaker, you're much aware that we have had similar sittings as young people, but they have not been of so much significance to the people down there. So for us to have it just approved like that without emphasizing, we might have issues in the IARA assembly. So I would love us to justify this as a House. Members, we put more weight to the motion so that by the time it reaches this House, the formal House, us as younger people will not be looked at as people who just came to chill and have some nights spent in Arusha, then go back home. So as a member of parliament from Uganda, I would think that this is long overdue. This motion should have been brought back where in maybe the first parliament that we had as young people, because one, as young people, we don't have that formal engagement as young people's institutions from different countries. The presidents always meet as the presidents, and their leadership is rotational. We have our parliament sending here members to participate in IARA. We have other these countries sending in ministers or rather executive members to represent on behalf of the countries. But as young people, we are lagging. We don't have any young person coming on board to IARA. So if they formalize this and we have it as an institution of its own, I believe as young people we shall have enough bargaining space whereby as a young person from Uganda, I can reach IARA through our formal structures, that is for National Youth Council in Uganda, then other councils from different countries, to have our views brought to the main house of IARA. So if my members accept to this, we can have this motion being prioritized to have it passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Please, whenever anyone wants to contribute, you may stand, and if I give you podium, you may introduce yourself. I think we can all agree to use our surnames, yeah? Yes, the country you represent and your surnames. I will allow room for our Honorable Madam. Please, you have the floor.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. I'll speak to disagree, but at the same time to agree, so I will disagree to agree.
Introduction, please.
I'm sorry. Yes, my name is Kasozi Shubra from Uganda.
You may stand. The House agreed that if anyone contributes, should stand.
Mr. Speaker, if I may enjoy my liberties of speech, I think this microphone was meant for us to sit. That is why its makeup is short, and that's why the seats are this comfortable. However, I'm subject to your guidance.
We're trying to allow room for all the members to be interactive and know each other. As you know, it's the first time for some of them, so bear with us. Bear with the technicalities, just this much.
All right, in passing, I will say I can only imagine if the speaker was doing this. But it's rather uncomfortable, I must say. Okay, just to give my comment about the motion, Mr. Speaker, I think that we would be proceeding in oblivion if we decided to move this motion at the East African level when there is a loophole at our national levels. At our national levels, particularly I'll speak about my country, when I ran for Speaker Central Youth Parliament, most of my peers did not know anything about the Central Youth Parliament. That means that about 95% of the youth in my country, and that takes us to about 98% of the youth in East Africa, do not know about the youth parliaments. For us then to proceed to move a motion at this level is rather to just jump ahead of ourselves without exactly institutionalizing the same at the national level. So while I beg to agree that we should institutionalize these particular parliaments, I beg to disagree at which level we start, because for us to jump to the East African level without recognizing that we have institutions at our ground levels at national level in itself would be rather precarious. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think, Honorable Members of Parliament, these are the contributions we need. We need to be proactive. We need to dissect on the actual facts that are happening at grassroots level for our constituents, the people that we represent. So I'm urging you guys for the second time. I see you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Please, point order. I'm speaking. Let us know that we're here for a reason. Okay, so your contribution has to justify the reality of the circumstances of the EAC and what is happening in our community in terms of youth issues. Clear? Sawa.
Just to inform Mr. Speaker, if allowed.
You may inform.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wanted us to know as a House
that all these member states, why we are moving this at the regional level is that this, if we have a treaty that has been assented to by the member states, it makes it easier for Uganda to accept and institutionalize its parliament, and also Kenya to do the same because they have a treaty they have signed to. They are member states here. So us starting at the regional level would be important in the sense that they prevail over the other countries. So I would love Honorable Shubra to accept and remove the motion and have it passed so that if the treaty comes from the House here, it becomes easier for us as Uganda, for us as Rwanda, to assent to the treaty. Please.
Honorable Shubra, the space is yours.
Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. I will not stand in the way of progression of the East African community. However, I will love to remind you that some of these states are dualistic in nature, and in as far as I'm concerned, not all of them have ratified the treaty. But in instances where all of them have, I beg to submit that I am actually in agreement with you.
Thank you, Honorable Shubra. We have a point of information from our technical team. Our virtual delegates, if you wish to second the motion by contributing, you will receive a request and you may accept the request to speak. You will receive a request and then by that request you may accept to speak. Let's keep time. You have 1 minute to comment. Okay, technicalities. Honorable member, you wish to speak?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I hope you can get me clear. My hand has been long overdue, but finally you'll pick me. I think I disagree with the motion basing on a few issues. There's a bill that is being passed in the Yala Parliament.
If you're struggling.
Yeah.
You may sit if you're struggling.
Okay. Thank you so much. There's a bill that is being processed in the Yala sitting, and that is the East African Community Youth Council bill. And in my own thinking, there is nothing very far from what we do and what the National Youth Councils do. Maybe we would pray for an amendment, and we have a clause that gives chance for such sitting. Then again, Honorable Subra from Uganda was very clear that the national institutionalization should be priority. Because even how the delegates come here, people don't know. In Uganda, I was called the day to coming here, and I'm supposed to be here to discuss what I am getting to discuss from here. So that should first be clean before we start presenting to IALA. And besides, when you look at how the East African community works, IALA is the second last step of institutionalizing bodies. The Council of Ministers has to sit, look through the same idea, then maybe they will pass the same bill in IALA, because the IALA MPs just discuss on behalf of what they think, but the Council of Ministers is like the government there. So for us saying we want IALA to institutionalize us, we'll pass this and write to the Speaker, but the Speaker can't pass it, maybe a private member's bill would work. So let's go back a little, engage our ministers of East African Community Affairs and see if they buy into our ideas, and are we not running so fast? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I would wish to share a point of information, allowing my clerk to stipulate on that issue, on how your honorable members of parliament have been selected.
One, two.
Clerk.
1, 2.
Technical team.
As far as selection is concerned, they usually base their criteria on active youth leadership, active participation in youth leadership in a different countries. Though I think if the argument is on streamlining, this has to be known to the public, to the rest of the people out there. That is why in Uganda you realize it's within the National Youth Council structures that most of the people get to represent, and a bigger section of other leaders actually left out. So that is where the streamlining needs to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It should be known that you are all here for a purpose, and you all belong to youth, influential youth groups. That is why you are given this platform to speak on behalf of other young people and represents their views and problem solve. So if there are any misunderstanding or misconceptions, that I believe that should answer your question. But also you are here to lobby as young leaders to see how you can change the narrative and implement these strategic points such as youth councils and influence these motions to your policymakers. So that is our target today. Lobbying and influencing our policymakers to actually adapt some of these policies. I give the floor to Honorable David from Uganda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I 100% support this motion. However, I beg to disagree with the precurrent Honorable about where he said that since we are going to institute a national council, no, an East African council, then that renders somehow this parliament not so much important and urgent. I disagree. Why? Because you see, even where we come from in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, our member states, you realize that we have the institution of the Youth Council and the parliament. Well, as we are youths, the work does not, like we do not do the same work. For example, the MPs, when they come here, they do oversight, legislation, member state representation, and etc. Right? Now, the council has its own mandate. It has to, so there is no harm in having the East African Council, at the same time having this East African Community Youth Parliament. In any case, why are we having this? And before we think we have really sped this up, we have to think that we have come from far. And we have to appreciate where these people have come, rather have brought us, you get. We have come here, we have got this together, we have pulled all this together. It comes from, even Rome wasn't built in a day. So we are going to have to get there, but we have to first appreciate, not saying we shouldn't have this East African Council, because look at the entire world. There's a lot of shift in leadership and governance. Young people are getting in charge of the affairs. So we need this like yesterday. Do you understand? But not to make the people that have really thought about this feel bad about themselves, that we are being told, we are panicking and want this as soon as yesterday. We have to appreciate that we have had that time of trying to bring all these pieces together, but then we support us to move to the next direction, to move to the next step of making this have a legal framework, because everything we discuss here, to some extent, is taken at the mercy of those who sit here. It doesn't have any kind of binding. So for us to have this kind of voice here that is binding, regulatory framework, legal framework, then I think we must have this East African Youth Parliament, because we are the youth, and then we are the generation. We want to have better education today, we want to have better reproductive health today, we want to have better education, and nobody can speak these things minus us. There's that saying in Swahili, sisi wenyewe, like it's us for us. Do you understand? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I support this motion to institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament. Let there be the Youth Council at the East African level. Let's have the Youth Parliament. Only then are we going to stand here and lift the youths of the East African community. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable David from Uganda. We have, technical team is advising that we have our online honorable members ready to submit. Our honorable virtual members are ready to submit. Technical team.
Speaker and all honorables in the House and online. So I seconded the the motion of internalizing the East Africa Youth Parliament, so that, of course, making it the East African countries will help to raise awareness to the youth. So when it is legalized, all the people, all the youth who are not aware will get aware, and then this will strengthen our back play a role as youth in all in our community. So I like the.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You may also submit your contribution in writing. Do comment your views. My clerks will submit to it. Thank you. In-house participants, my honorable delegates, my honorable members of parliament, in reaffirming our commitment as to why we are here, Honorable David and a few others have mentioned that you are all here for a reason, and you are all representing your organizations, and you are all valid to be here. So I think please refrain to any comments that are made that how is the selection process adapted. As you might know, the supporting partners of this initiative, including the EAC and Faraja Foundation and East African Youth Network and so forth, have all selected you, vetted you. That is why you are here. Your contributions, your resolutions will mean something in order to help the people that we are representing. So you being here is already of importance. I'm just reaffirming that to honorable members. Yes, honorable member.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Stephen Mashua from Kenya, and I support the motion on institutionalizing the East African Youth Parliament. What most of us may understand, and from our many years of working with young people, you will notice that our weakest link is usually at the legislative level. Our weakest link is at that point where we are looking for representation. Someone or a platform that can push the voice of young people with the energy and the vigor that youth carry. So we cannot sit outside in our own small circles or cocoons in our villages and still assume that our things will be handled at the East African EAC assemblies or the summits of the president, because for them they'll go and handle the bigger issues. But at what point do we discuss things that concern us? At what point do we have a legal platform to get our issues handled? If you're talking about over 70% of the East African population, then I feel like this parliament should have actually been in place like yesterday, or like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Because as we head to the post-COVID economic recovery strategies, or if we look at the phase that we are going to, a lot of young people are suffering, and we are going to see new issues emerging. We will see terrorism, we will see insecurity issues, because when there's some sort of social and economic instability, either caused by a pandemic or any other thing, there are a lot of emerging issues that will emerge, and the urgency of it means we need a space, we need a platform, and we need a place where the heads of state can be held accountable at East African level. Our ministers can be held accountable. Our legislators can be held accountable. And all these things that we are talking about, they need a home. And that home is what we are asking for from the members today. So if I were to stand today, I would urge each and every person, don't look at yourself, look at the community that you represent, look at the country that you represent, and look at the danger that we have within the East African region, and see the urgency of institutionalizing the East African Youth Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. When I say proactivity and delivery, this is what I mean. I need you guys to deliberate on issues that affect us as young people. Speak for those who don't have a platform here. With that being said, I will allow room for one more person. Yes, a female. And then we go into voting.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would love to also support the institutionalization of the East African Youth Parliament. But I wanted us to have clear guidelines on how we are going to do this. First of all, yes, I don't oppose the selection process, but I believe if there is room for changes, then we can adopt it. For example, the Rwandan delegation here, we have 2 people, and Burundi, we have 1 people, but we have other countries that are having more than 7 people. So there is no equal representation, and other countries may feel being cheated. So if we have clear guidelines that every country will either bring 10 people or 5 people, that there is equal representation from every member state. Then the next thing, I think we can copy from the East African Parliament, the one that heads us, that is legal, in the process of selection of people that come to represent us. For example, in Uganda, members of parliament stand and they are voted to come and represent us at the East African Youth Parliament. Many members in our societies we are coming in, see you put up a picture on status showing that I'm attending the East African Youth Parliament, and they ask you, who gave you the mandate to represent us? Yes, you're active in society, you're active in Uganda, you're active in Rwanda, you're active in Kenya, but who gave you the mandate to represent us in the East African Youth Parliament? So I think even at the national level, we can have processes where we can vote for maybe the 10 representatives, the representatives we shall choose here. Maybe every country should bring 10 or 5, that we have processes that vote for those 5 people or 10 people per country, and then forward them here. I think that will be better. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament.
Point of clarification.
Order, please. Order. With time, I would like to stipulate on something. I've reaffirmed twice that who gives you the mandate to be here is our facilitators, such as Faraja Foundation, who has screened all of you and vetted all of you for your work in community service and your work in youth and your expertise in youth issues. That should be remembered. So don't let anybody question
Point of order.
your representative. I'm talking order. The chair is always in order. You should always know that you applied to participate as a delegate in this assembly. That means you're here to speak on behalf of key issues that are happening around your community. So if someone asks you, the Youth Assembly is a platform for advocacy. We are not yet legal or institutional. That is why we are here to lobby the instruments. Order. That is why we are here to lobby these institutions to give us the mandate to be legal. Correct? We are here to lobby these institutions to make our framework legal so that we may have the right mandates now. If someone asks you, you are here purposefully and legally to represent the young people. But as for now, the fourth Youth Assembly and the previous ones have been advocacy platforms working with governments and the EAC to lobby for youth issues, to lobby to change some of the policies that are not in favor of young people, and also to air out the key issues that are happening in our communities. I believe that is understood. With that being said, I give room to one more female, and that we will go into voting. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to finish, if you could allow me. Thank you so much. What I was trying to say, Mr. Speaker, for issues of sustainability, we need this. If Faraja Africa wakes up, God forbid, and it doesn't have funding to support this, shall it break? If we are institutionalizing
information.
this, we need to make sure that we have clear guidelines that even when NGOs are not here or civil society organizations are not here, our member states can fund the East African Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. I believe we have a contribution from, I'm trying to keep things in favor of our women as well. There's been a lot of men contribution. Any women? Order, any women participants virtually?
Youth with disability.
Yes, let's allow room for our youth with disability, please. One more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is Joseph Owino from Kenya.
Yes, Joseph Owino, you have 1 minute only, please.
Thank you, sir. I want to also support or echo the deliberations my fellow honorable members have put in place, because for us to have clear deliberations and developments that can help our youth to spur inclusion of youth disability in this East African Council, East African Youth Parliament, for us to boost inclusion of youth disability and ensure that the policies we make are inclusive, we must ensure that we must work it out to ensure that we institutionalize this parliament so that there is that continuity and sustainability of this initiative, so that at least we can fast track the development and see how far we've come from to ensure that there is that inclusion of every member of the EAC community. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joseph Owino. And on that point, just addition of information. Youth with disability are highly represented in this platform, and I urge everyone to respect each other. If any honorable member of parliament in here also is a representative of youth with disability, I am allowing 30 more seconds of contribution. Anyone in here who represents a group from youth with disability? Okay, thank you. Then with this procedure, we are going to go into voting for the motion, which states, motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the governments of the East African community members states to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of young people, including decent jobs, livelihoods, youth business startups, and employment opportunities.
Point of order.
Procedure.
Yes, apologies. Order.
May I?
Yes, you raised.
Thank you very much.
30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to know if we're going to move this motion or we're going to agree before that, because we haven't get the resolution yet. Thank you.
Right now we are in the process of voting for the motion for the resolution of East African Youth Parliament urging East African Legislative Assembly to institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament. That is the one we are voting for now.
Yes, I mean, the one who was moving the motion, he's supposed to come and having the resolution, so as we could completing this discussion.
Mm-hmm. Honorable Bonaventure, you have the floor. Clerk.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you so much for each and everyone's contribution. I have looked at some of the contributions that I've made on the floor, and one of them is that I've heard one of the members say that we should start at the, at the ground level of each country. And this will be my response to her, that we have tried establishing different institutions or youth councils from different countries. And one of the biggest problems we face as youths is the finance. When it comes to registration of those councils in your countries, it's really, really hard. But what do we benefit if we have an East African Youth Parliament? We have an institutionalized, we have a legislated, we have offices, we have a ratified document. So from there...
Information?
I think, let me just finish, then you can. From there, where countries have already apportioned budget for these parliaments, it is easier even to send youths to East African Parliament in Tanzania or in Arusha or wherever it is happening, because already the budget is not an issue. The reason why right now we might be having NGOs supporting the program is because we don't have more of a recognized youth parliament. If you have a recognized youth parliament, it is easier because even the respective countries can allocate budgets for those youths that are coming for that East African Youth Parliament. The second, there's an issue of East African Youth Council. Let us separate the issue of East African Youth Council and the issue of East African Youth Parliament. They are very different. If you look at the bill that was brought in 2016 on Youth Council, was basically to harmonize the laws and various laws that have been passed in IALA to try and come up with a uniform framework. But for East African Youth Parliament, it's a parliament for different youth that are coming here to represent those states. You understand? So there's the implementation, there's more an administrative and executive part. Then we have the parliament, the side of the, the legislation parts and moving on motions. So I will also try and maybe recommend some of my colleagues to East African Youth Policy 2013, and also the East African Youth Council bill that was shot down or was withdrawn in 2018. Kindly read it so that we can be at par. Thank you so much, but I would like to move the motion that we need to institutionalize East African Youth Parliament for us to be able to get the benefits that we deserve as East African youth community, the youths. Thank you so much.
Honorable Member of Bonaventure. On that note, I need all my honorable members of parliament in-house as we are about to begin the voting system. The clerk will address some few issues before the voting. Okay. So we are going to vote on this motion. Those in favor of passing the motion for the resolution of the East African community urging the East African Legislative Assembly to institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament will raise their hands, and virtually too, they will raise their hands, and those who abstain and those who do not wish to, those who are not in favor will stay dormant. Members of Parliament, those in favor to pass the motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging East African Legislative Assembly to institutionalize the African Youth Parliament, the East African Youth Parliament. Raise high your hands, please. My clerks are taking note. If you feel standing works with you, very free, whatever rocks your boat. Okay, and I'm seeing hands. Our virtual participants, those who are in favor of the motion, the resolution to of the East African Youth Parliament, urging the East African Legislative Assembly to institutionalize the East African Youth Parliament. Raise your hands, Honorable Jessica. Hi, we need to see the numbers, guys. Okay. Therefore, this motion passes. Congratulations to Honorable Muva Otieno. Your motion has been passed. Back to business. On the second motion of the day, or the second motion of our agenda, I welcome Ms. Vivian Kabasinga from Rwanda. Honorable Vivian Kabasinga. In the name of time, guys, clerk will address time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For the mover of the motion, we'll give 3 minutes. The second, the motion will give you 1 minute. The entire time for the motion should be 20 minutes. Then we conclude and move to the next motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My information, honorable members, as we said before, your contributions here are taken into consideration. So whatever you're saying here, remember, your governments are watching, your peers are watching, and your remarks are highly valid. So if you wish to contribute, let us be at par with what's happening within our communities. Let us represent those voices that are not represented, and let's be realistic with reliable solutions. We are here to provide solution-based contribution rather than just talk and dissect and go back and forth. So I'm urging you, my members of parliament, please, let's be solution-based. What are you great young minds producing or working out with here? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would love to first congratulate you upon winning that seat. Congratulations. I'm Vivian Kabasinga. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic on 11th of March, 2020. Stringent measures were put across to avoid the transmission of this virus. But those measures, Mr. Speaker, came with a lot of issues and shattered the sustaining pillars of the East African community economies. In Kenya, according to the research that was done by Deloitte, Kenya projected GDP growth in 2020 and 2021 now stands at 1% from the 5.7. Similarly, in Tanzania and Uganda, the GDP growth has been revised to 2% from the 3.5 respectively. The pandemic has really affected the economic growth of the East African states. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic, the COVID-19, has been a catalyst to the so many problems that the young people have been facing as East Africa, including the unemployment, the underemployment. We don't have a minimum wage in most of the countries of the East Africa. And for that, Mr. Speaker, allow me move a motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the governments of the East African member states to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of the young people, including decent jobs, livelihood, youth business startups, and employment opportunities. I open the floor for debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vivian. Any seconders for the motion? I first welcome Honorable Bosco Kubwayo from Burundi. And the third commentator will be a honorable from virtual participation. I see a hand raised by Masood, Honorable Masood. We will have you right after Honorable Bosco.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As our sister, Honorable Vivian said, our community has been affected too much by this pandemic, COVID-19. And none ignore that this pandemic not only affected our society in general, but especially our young people. Since the outset of the pandemic, many young people, some research show 60%, were obliged to put down their pens due to closing of their schools and universities. Some of them were studying and working, and the education stopped as well as the job because of the protocol of this pandemic. The transition of the classroom to online did not fit our community. You know, everyone here that virtual, it is not something accustomed to our community. Yes, you here, you can maybe be accustomed to it, but if you try to think to our grassroots community, if you go home in our countries, I don't think that they are able to access to such education. This induces a great number of youth people to stop their education, to stop their jobs, maybe that they were operating online or whatever. And due to COVID-19, the youth future has been in question. The government then has to do something to make sure young people are helped to rebuild their economic situation more affected by the pandemic. Youth is not to be remembered only when they say future of the country belongs to them, but it belongs, even the present belongs to us. So we urge to the government, the legislation assembly, to push the government of the East African state members to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of young people, including jobs and livelihood, youth, business, startup, and employment opportunities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Bosco. Yes, I would like to welcome Madam Honorable there. Please, so my clerks can keep tabs. Your names and the country you are representing. Please, it is imperative that you introduce your name and the country you're representing. Preferably surnames. Yes, madam.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker. I would just like to...
Intro.
Oh, my bad. My name is Linda Mushi. I'm representing Tanzania. I'd just like to help, I think, most of us understand what...
You may remove your mask so you can talk.
Thank you. What measures we're talking about exactly? We keep referring to how the government should implement something or to do something to help improve the post-COVID situation of the economy, but we're not really mentioning the solution itself. Stand? The solution itself. I think this, to be realistic, considering that the numbers of the economy aren't looking great for us in East Africa, these measures, whatever they may be, will probably cost money and will probably cost finance from the government, which with the specific situation that we're facing, it's with the economy itself that's depleting. So if we're thinking more realistically, what measures are we trying to implement that will not injure our economy even further? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Honorable Jessica from Tanzania.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Jessica Mshama from Tanzania. On the issue of post-COVID economy, we need to strategize on the mechanism on how we are going to recover from it. So on my side, I think the governments of our countries should invest in digitalization mechanism in the trade. The businesses that are conducted by the youth, they should invest more on the e-commerce because that's the way to go. In education sector, they should invest in the e-learning because we saw the effect that has affected us in most of our East African countries concerning the education system. But now is the time to strategize and to invest in the e-learning and digitalization on the education sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Mshama from Tanzania. Honorable Paul.
Thank you so much. My name is Rukundo Paul. I'm an East African. I live from Uganda. I live in Uganda.
Honorable Paul, a minute. After Honorable Paul, we'll have Honorable Juma from Tanzania.
Okay, I raised to support the motion, but I want to first lay my frustrations with the entire community itself. When you look at the priorities of the EAC 2017-2021, I'm being requested to stand. When you look at the priorities for the EAC 2017-2021, it talks of the infrastructure development in the region. Here you have a scenario where Kenya is launching the standard gauge railway. In Uganda, we are still compensating people living on that land. Then on the other issue of promotion of peace, security, and good governance. You have traders who are young people moving their merchandise from Uganda to South Sudan, but they are being killed along the way. There's a lot of insecurity on our trade routes. On the issue of consolidating the single customs territory, the removal of duties, control of movements of goods and people. I want to inform this House that as we are traveling from Uganda up to here, after the Maraba border, we traveled for almost 10 kilometers with a jam of trucks loaded with goods. So I'm imagining a young person trying to cross his goods to another country. He spends 3 to 4 days at the border trying to clear his goods. How will that really help or facilitate the young people to cut out this trade? Then on the incentives being given to the young people by these member states, you have a Ugandan government treating a young person like any other investor in the country. There are no tax exemptions given to the young people. They are not really, there is no environment that is favoring a young person to start up a business and trade fairly. Look at the contracts being given by the governments. Young people are not given any priority. They are treated like any other person trying to struggle for those contracts. With those key highlights, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul. We'll have Honorable Badru Juma from Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to echo my voice to congratulate you upon your landslide victory. Hongera sana.
So, Honorable Juma.
Mr. Speaker, I would love also to support the motion but by making few remarks. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 crisis offers us a one-chance opportunity to rebuild our economy again. I'm sure the next pandemic or the next crisis will likely hit our region far away compared to COVID-19. Unlike COVID-19, people can go to isolation. But crises like climate change, it is hard to isolate ourselves. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've seen COVID-19 impacting key industries apart from the health sector. We are looking at an industry such as tourism. Mr. Speaker, here where we are hosting this session in Arusha, it's a tourist destination. But majority in the sector who are affected, they are young people, and you can imagine now what they are doing because within the value chain and the ecosystem, most of the key features that have been supporting tourism, they've been affected. While talking about tourism, we know its direct correlation with industries such as transport sector. So transport sector has also been hit hard, influencing challenges as well in the tourism sector. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few areas that have been affected hardly by COVID-19, allow me to support the motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Badru Juma. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you came to business startup, I feel like it is my kid. So please protect my time because this is the first time I came here. So please.
Room shall allow 2 minutes.
Okay, fine. My name is Maxon Mwakalebela. I'm from Dodoma. Do you know Dodoma? It's the capital city of Tanzania. First,
Order.
Mr. Speaker, when you come to global level, the first country that has got high number of business startup is the USA. When you come to Africa, the first country that has got high number of business startup is South Africa. In East Africa, we have Kenya and Rwanda. But when you come to COVID-19, the country that has got high number of cases of COVID-19 is USA, globally. If you come to Africa, the country that has got high number of COVID cases is South Africa. But this country also have got high number of business startup. If you go to Startup Brink Ecosystem Index. So we have to think and articulate more. And I don't say that I'm disagree with this motion, but we have to sit down and brainstorm that what kind of environment we need sustainably to support this startup. The youth has got the entrepreneurial mindset. They know how to attract angel investors, capital investors, and those that are grantors, donors. They have that mindset. Almost, I have my NGO which train youth on social entrepreneurship. The youth have not such knowledge. We have to emphasize on knowledge on social entrepreneurship and other business knowledges. Even if we put these measures like less interest loan, maybe and other measures, but we have to make sure the youth have the entrepreneurial mindset. Then I think we are going to move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dodoma. Okay. On that note, I will share with you a couple of information. As your speaker and in accordance with the rules and regulations of the House, I am calling upon all members of this Parliament to also deliberate, even after we pass these motions, even if after these motions pass, I still think there's a need for our resolutions to have informative, solution-based clause that we will be submitting to our stakeholders later on. So if you know you are an honorable member of Parliament that has moved and seconded a motion, please adhere to, after your motion is passed, consult all those other members of Parliament who have contributed. Get to know their solutions that you can add up to your motions. It will help us draft papers that are solution-based and we can present to our stakeholders information. We are going virtual. There's a couple of virtual honorable members who want to participate. I see a couple of hands requesting Honorable Guracha Abdallah. Guracha has been raising his hand for a while. Honorable Guracha, the floor is yours. There might be technicalities. We are going to give Honorable Oromo John. Honorable Oromo John, the floor is yours.
Honorable Oromo John. You may also submit your contributions in writing on the comment section. The clerks will take account. Honorable Oromo John, you may submit your contribution in seconding the motion on the comment section. Next up, we'll give a room to Honorable Madam Member of Parliament. State your name.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Cynthia Asianzu from East Africa. I have a solution, okay, in my own perspective. First of all, the youth I represent mostly are in agribusiness. When you see the businesses they're doing, it's related to agriculture, both crop and animal husbandry, but you find the biggest challenge you have is market because of the fact that we have a lot of middlemen. You find in our countries, I don't know about other countries, but you find so many people are not allowed to export their goods. You have to first grow your crops, or you have to raise your livestock, and then you sell it to another person who will be able to export. I feel like our governments need to harmonize the ground for us. They need to give us the space to create maybe like youth cooperatives among ourselves within East Africa, where we do our research.
Sorry, okay, slowly, okay. Order, 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 order. Honorable members of Parliament, please stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Order, stay in your seats. Honorable members of Parliament, stay in your seats. Stay in your seats. Stay in your seats, please, silence. Diplomacy, practice diplomacy. Silence. Sergeant, please escort him to the speaker's room. Order. The speaker's room. Honorable members, not all of you, please. Okay, these are challenges health challenges that we live with. Personally, I would like to share a story, a point of information. Let's all, pray for our fellow honorable member of Parliament. I, for once, am familiar with the situation because my late mother went through the same, so I understand when someone has an epileptic episodes. So do not be shocked. It's a very common ailment. Just be calm. Let's continue the discussions. He's going to be okay, okay? Calm down, all of you. As we give them time to process, I just want you guys to be calm. These things happen, it's part of
life happens. So, yeah, as
Can
we
I-
wait for them to settle, we can continue our discussions. Sorry, Honorable.
It's okay.
Life situations.
Well, really, it's so sad what happened. We wish him a very quick recovery. Still giving out my point about our governments giving us that space to form like youth cooperatives across the borders of East Africa, where we can do our own research about I'm going to be specifically giving an example with the agriculture sector.
Also, time, I would like you to emphasize on your solutions.
Okay,
as seconding the motion.
The solution is that our government should give us that space to form cooperatives where we can export our goods as young people across borders and they eliminate the middlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I am now calling Honorable, okay, I need more. Lubatuka Japhet from Tanzania, and then we will have Honorable Dudu. You've spoken quite of plenty. Let's allow room for our honorable ladies. After Lubatuka, we'll have a lady here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Lubatuka from Tanzania. I am an investor, and I export too. I export this small fish from Kigoma to Canada, to America, to Western Europe and Australia. And I have a logistic company. I've registered it at Burundi. And if anyone from Burundi here, there's a place called Kwasioni. I have the company there called Luba Express Company Limited. So I'm leaving the testimony. There is so much obstacles when you want to invest in East African community, especially a youth. If you don't have money, if you don't have a small thing to give, I have a testimony. I went to Burundi, I went to Kenya, I went to Uganda, because even in Rwanda, what we need, we call it like a one-stop center. In one-stop center, there is representatives from all countries of East Africa. I don't know South Sudan. Even I have a clearing company, clearing forwarding. So if I want to clear a car from Dar es Salaam port to Kigali, Rwanda, there's something I have to do, which is out of formula of East African Community agreements. When we talk about obstacles, I mean, we have to make sure this platform, we raise our voices, we write down and take it to our leaders. When you go back to your country, ask if you want to invest in Tanzania, what do you want to know about investment in Tanzania? What do I want to know in Kenya? Because I have faced many challenges to do business, especially in East African community. Because now I know some policies. That's why I'm trying to push, because even recognition of who I am in East African community. But others, they don't have that much power. They face many challenges. For example, in COVID-19, when you go to Mugina border or Kabanga, you have to pay $150 to cross the border. If someone wants to send the product in Tanzania, you must have a middleman, because you are not able to come here, even to take your own car, to Port of Dar es Salaam. That is the very big obstacles. We have to make sure our leaders must know this. If you don't raise your voice now, you're going to get elder and elder and elder. We will complain, we'll make noises, next year we'll be here, and nothing will happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Japhet from Tanzania. Great contributions. To re-emphasize, as Honorable Japhet say, let's be solution-centric. Yeah,
I want all of you guys to come, be in order. Let's continue these discussions. Do not be frightened by anything. Our colleague is fine. I'll call upon Honorable Hilda, contributions to second the motion.
Thank you. My name is Hilda Jesper from Tanzania. If I'll be positive about the motion, what I could advise to the government of our national country states, that we have seen from the research, according to the pandemic, the youth are not that much in the risk, are not affected that much. I don't say they are not affected, but most of them, they are not in that big risk of the pandemic, but also even in the recovery. So I could advise at this point of time, because we don't know even when another wave will come, but at this time, at least we are at peace. The government could invest on the youth to give them all the necessary resources to invest, especially in agriculture, because we have seen, even if when there will be a lockdown, but you have the crops at the farm, they won't be affected that much. So I could advise the government, especially those who have a big arable land, to invest in agriculture and use these youth who are not in much risk to invest in agriculture. But also, I could advise the government to facilitate and empower youth on their innovative skills through ICT, but also to help them on the mental health, because we have seen in this period when other countries had lockdown, some youth have just been discouraged. Some can't even just have new minds to move their lives. So, and they say better to be sick physically than being sick mentally. So the government should also help the youth on their mental health and to improve their innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hilda from Tanzania. Next, we will have Honorable Madam Angel, and then we will have Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Appeal Angel, Regional Speaker of the Youth Parliament 2021. To be specific, West Nile, Arua.
Sergeant, approach. Sorry, Sergeant, approach. Continue, Madam Angel.
Yeah, not only Arua, but also Nebi. I would like to support the motion by talking about taxes and favorable job policies that would help the youth to cope up amidst the COVID challenges. In my point of view, I would say that yes, youth might be having the opportunities at hand, but the policies under which they are being taken into these job opportunities are not favoring. This is because they have paperwork that need to be legible enough for them to be taken into these offices. Yet, according to how COVID has been, it's not like some are competent, but due to bureaucracy and all the processes involved, they end up being unemployed. And so it's better to listen on the processes. And then talking about taxes, I would say that the government and the East African community at large should work upon the taxes. For example, you will not expect a baby business to just
Mr. Speaker, I would like to see the honorable member was speaking. We cannot see the member.
So you may stand.
Yeah, to continue on the taxes, you'll not expect a baby business to just blossom in one day without having better finance. So, and along the way, you'll find that the business that has been started actually has more taxes. For example, in a month, you don't just pay less, but you have to pay even, you might end up paying all that you have worked for during the month. So you find it's difficult to sustain the business, hence leading to the downfall of the business without gaining any profit. So I call upon the East African community to look upon that and help the youth establish better policies for trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Angel. Yes. Yes.
Yes, now that you have seen me, can I sit so that I'm more comfortable? Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to mention a key. Oh, the technical team says I should stand. All right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Melissa Emmanuel, an East African from Uganda. I just want to highlight a key issue that I think we need to use to justify this motion so that we have it passed. I want us to note that most of the SMEs, or what we call small and medium enterprises, are mainly owned by young people. So you will note that youth enterprises and businesses are largely of small scale and medium nature. So when we pass this motion or such a motion, we are directly impacting the youth that we represent. So I wanted us to clearly note that. Now, when we note that last year, ever since we had the lockdowns, when the lockdown started in March last year, the purchasing power of most people, of the population generally, fell low. Most people couldn't buy a lot of things. So we had a lot of SMEs shut down. And yet these are businesses that need small capital and small loans to run. So most of them closed because of liquidity gaps. And you might also note that in some of our countries where we come from, the governments did not cut down on utility costs such as electricity and water bills. Those bills still remain the same. Even during the lockdown, you would come back, even if you weren't selling anything, you'd come back and pay for all those utility bills. Even the rent, the people that own buildings where these businesses operate.
Solutions.
In just 30 seconds. Yeah, so you realize that all these utility costs were, such as rent, were also put on these owners of small-scale businesses, and such they closed. So we want to call upon our government to make access to financial support or recovery financing to be made easier and shorter. You realize that when you go to apply when these young owners of these businesses go to apply for these loans and these grants for financing, there's a lot of bureaucracy and a lot lengthy processes, so they end up not getting them. So I call upon the government to make access to recovery financing shorter and much easier for SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We have some information from our virtual team, our technical team. We have a few virtual participants, honorable members of the parliament who are participating virtually. I call upon Honorable Chol Machok. Honorable Chol Machok.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support the motion. Which clearly focusing on education. For example, if you go backward in terms of education, so
Speaker, I will propose that we entertain proposals through writing from online.
Thank you. Honorable Chol, I'll pass the... Honorable Chol, may you propose your contribution in writing? Honorable Chol.
in the deep villages. So that is one
Technical
of the
team.
That is one of the first thing. The second one, for education part of East Africa, you can also part of the school. We can.
I'm inviting Honorable Ladu John. Can you hear us, Honorable John? Yes. You may submit.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me?
Honorable Ladu John. Honorable Ladu John. Ladu John.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I hope you can hear me. Am I clear enough?
Yes, we can.
All right. Let me go ahead. But before I can give my submission, I will propose that whenever we're having these deliberations, maybe the Honorable Speaker can give chance to at least one online participant after every 2 or 3 in-house participants, because now my fellow online participants are feeling like spectators in the house.
Honorable John, solutions.
Yeah, let me submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm Ladu John from South Sudan, and I fully second this motion. The impacts of the pandemic have been felt by and large in all of our member states, and I believe we can come up with several post-COVID recovery measures. The ultimate measure is the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Honorable members of Parliament, I believe that the best we can do is to lobby and advocate our different member state governments and legislative assemblies to fully implement the African Continental Free Trade Area. I believe that they have ratified, they have signed the agreement, but that is not enough. We need active implementation. The agreement is the only gateway to see youth opportunities being provided. It's the only gateway to see trade facilitation. It's the gateway to see the erasing of tariff and non-tariff barriers. In that way, we are able to have better lives for our young people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ladu John. I'll allow room for one more. Ladies. Honorable Ray Masanga, do you have any contributions?
I've just joined the meeting, so I think I'll just keep on listening and I'll contribute in the next motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sanga. Honorable John Oromo, please be fast. We're going with time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I can be heard. Thank you, Speaker. Now, the whole House has today agreed that the challenges that the young people in East Africa are facing. I'm Oromo John from South Sudan. South Sudan being a country that has gone through civil war, with a very big population of the young people, being 70% and over 35% of them are people with disabilities. Now today, we need to get to the bottom reality of this, that it has been very long history that people of disability that have been mentioned in conversation as just a by the way, but not a reality. That have been neglected for very long periods of time. Now we are giving solutions like tax holidays, corporate business channels, but young people with disabilities around East Africa and South Sudan, very few of them, or actually none, can benefit from such kind of measures that are going to be put in place, since they have been neglected for very long period of time and they are not being empowered. Now, if a young person in East Africa today is suffering from the effect of COVID-19, the other person with disabilities is actually squared the suffering the other person is having. Now, we need to get a time that it is important now that when we are discussing these issues, that let it be inclusive kind of discussion, that the people with disabilities are not left out of picture. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Honorable Oromo. John, as the mandate, with the mandate as your speaker, I am reaffirming. I am reaffirming to Honorable Vivian. Honorable Vivian, this is your motion. I want you, where's Vivian? Yes. Vivian,
you've heard the contributions from Honorable John. He's looking into the collective responsibility of how you can incorporate people with disabilities into these measurements, yeah? So as your speaker, I am delegating you to also, in the resolution, there should be something that stipulates how we are going to, how will this motion benefit people with disability. Do we all agree? Yes, so just try to incorporate some of the clauses of your motion to benefit people with disability as to how, with a few solutions, okay? It's a platform, we're leaving no one behind. It's an inclusive platform for everyone in marginalized communities like people with disabilities. As we said, in 2019, the Second Youth Assembly delivered a key message that disability is not inability. So let's keep that fire burning. Vivian, you're in charge of that. We'll be expecting to hear some views from you later on at the final resolution. Thank you. Moving on to the next contributor. Honorable technical team, who do we have next? Guracha Abdallah, you have the floor.
Yes,
1 minute, please.
Thank you very much for giving me this great opportunity to contribute on this motion. My name is Honorable Guracha Mohammed Abdallah from Kenya. I am representing Kenya, representing the African Union. Also, I'm the CEO of Guracha Foundation. Guracha Foundation is a non-profit organization focusing on sustainable development goals. Mr. Speaker, on this motion, now in the world it has been programmed to be launched an institution which is called a Pandemic Prevention Institution. That institution will be going to collect all the data, especially on issues of diseases, virus, and other issues on climate change. Mr. Speaker, what we need to do, or what we need to have in East Africa, or the entire Africa, is having an institution that can allow youth to participate, because in terms of the economy, the world nowadays is going to be governed by technology. So on this issue of advancing the technology, Mr. Speaker, in East Africa, we need to have an institution where young men and women will be allowed to go and participate, train their talents and abilities in terms of entrepreneurship, innovation, so that to create their own opportunity, so that we may not face challenges in our society. On that, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that in this motion, it's a very good idea to come up with as an East African community members. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Guracha. Yes. One moment, Honorable Member of Parliament. I'm just reiterating on a few things. First of all, I want you guys to be active. Is there anything wrong? You have this platform. It's a chance of a lifetime that a lot of young people would kill to be here. Therefore, I'm urging you guys to use it wisely. Show me why your voice matters. I don't want my parliament to be a dormant parliament, okay? Vijana we. So let's advocate for the messages that we're sent to dissect here. On that note, I'm inviting Honorable from Uganda. And after that, we'll have Honorable Jessica Mshama from Tanzania. And ladies. Yes, and we'll have Honorable Haya Mustafa from Zanzibar, Tanzania.
Well, thank you so much. I think you should learn my name, Honorable Speaker. I'm Honorable Isaac Wakashal from Uganda. Shouldn't refer me to as Honorable from Uganda. Okay, so mine is a quick one. I think the economic recovery process of East African countries from this pandemic should be participatory, as you've all said. Honorable Vivian, I feel this should be a collective responsibility of all structures. All government structures should be involved in the policy formulation and implementation. I don't know how many dialogues are we going to have in order to have this done and implemented. We shall keep on talking, and blaming the government, as Honorable Mrisa was stating, always telling the government to do this and this. I think this is for all of us to have it formulated and implemented in time before things get out of hand. We've been facing many challenges. We are supposed to travel by air, by the way, but because the economic process, the economic side of it is not okay, and we had to travel by bus. So we should think about it and have it done in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament. Yes, honorable members, I think when something has been said before, it's not a must to reiterate again when we've all had the message. But thank you for your contribution. I'm expecting to hear more solution-based approaches and more participatory actions here, rather than members of parliament being on their phones, unless you're treating your questions to EAC Youth Assembly 21 hashtag, okay? So please, I'm expecting all of you to participate and show us why your voice matters. Let's be interactive. We are live, after all. We are live on social media. We are live on platforms like YouTube. So as diplomats, young leaders, what do you want to portray out there if you're given a voice to air out some of the concerns that face our community members, our fellow peers and young people out there? You know, so let's try to be more, let's participate more. I'm expecting more from you guys. You're valuable, that's why you're here. Yes, up next, honorable member. Please always introduce yourself and your surnames. We're keeping tabs, and the country you're representing.
Thank you so much. I felt left out, though my hands have been so long up. I'm Honorable Pio Francis from Uganda, Human Resource Manager by profession. There are some things that
Please remove your mask so you can talk confidently. Yes, thank you.
There are some things I feel like I should highlight for the ESC to put on table as solution-based in regards to our discussions. Basing on the motion moved by the honorable member from Burundi. One, as a measure, I would always advise the ELC and suggest at the same time for tax exemption for the East African community, basing on the youth dealing in SME businesses. Secondly, I would also advise for free business training skills being given out to the youth. Most of them have the capability, but they need more skills from the seniors. If they could embrace that in the whole of East Africa, I guess it will be one of the good structure to enable the youth catch up with the business world instead of moving and knocking every office for seeking for the offices or job opportunities. Then on the third note, free exit, trade exit according to countries. When we give free trade exits to the youth who are not able to pay for the tickets to transport their goods, I think this will be one of the best things to support the youth who are struggling and knocking after schools. Then lastly, giving low interest loans to the youth who are just starters in business. I believe by this, there will be good measures for us to support the youth in the whole of East Africa. Honorable Speaker, those are the lights that were burning in my heart. I felt like putting on the table.
Thank you, Honorable.
I beg to submit.
Our technical team will read some of the contributions from our honorable members who are virtually participating. You have the floor, technical team. And please read the names of the contributors as well. Me on the mic. You have the podium.
It's good.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of Honorable Ochol Machol, he says, I need our government to accelerate the education accessibilities, even to the deepest, smallest villages, roads, constructions connecting to the whole of East Africa. Thank you, sir. That's all for now, sir.
Honorable Ochol, we've heard your concerns. They'll be taken into consideration as a seconder for this motion. Any other commentators? Honorable Jessica.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I would like also to address more solution-based actions for the recovery of economic recovery of our countries and our communities. And specifically, I personally, after observing and working with the youth in various sectors in my country, and even outside the country, I've come to this awareness of youth to be more empowered in areas such as psychological empowerment, social empowerment, cultural empowerment, economic empowerment, and politically empowerment. When we talk about psychological empowerment, during post-COVID economy, the youth are first in shock of the shift of the economy that is happening to their countries and that is affecting their daily lives. They need to be addressed, they need to be empowered and to be reminded that the innovative minds are still needed in our societies to come up with innovative ideas that can help their society. When we talk about social empowerment, we talk about adding value to what the youth are doing. We are going to a very competitive economy right now. They should be well addressed about how they can add value to the products that they produce. If they are traders, they should be well informed of the type of qualities of products that has to be marketable in the market, so that they can be in the front line to have the advantage and opportunities that are there for them. And at the cultural empowerment, we have to sensitize on the communities that are still undermining the female youth, actually, and the young girls. We have to keep reminding them that girls have power and they have the same abilities as the young boys in the community. So cultural empowerment is a very practical and a very necessary agenda that should be addressed. But also in the economic empowerment, I address the need of entrepreneurship skills in our community. We have to adapt onto the needs of entrepreneurship at all sectors of the businesses, in the informal sectors and the formal sectors of the youth. The political empowerment, we still need representatives of the youth in the policy making tables. We still need representatives of the youth in the ministries. Example, in Tanzania. And I address this to the honorable members in Tanzania. Like, we should address the matter of youth representative in every ministry so that they can address sensitive matters for the youths, because they know what they are passing through. That's all, Honorable. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mshama. Up next, I will have Honorable Marandu to finish up the seconders of this motion, and then we'll go into voting. Hayam, Honorable Hayam, you have any contributions?
Honorable Speaker.
We will allow Honorable Marandu and then you, and then finally close this motion.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And I would like to share with everyone that I have been traumatized by what has happened just on my left-hand side. I would like to move this parliament to stand for a minute and pray for our friend, honorable member of parliament here, just for a minute.
Honorable members of parliament, a moment of silence and prayer for our honorable fellow member who is receiving medical care, but he's fine. We're urging you not to panic. Everything will be under control. In God's grace, he's the one who brought us here, and he'll make sure everybody leaves these grounds safely. So a moment of silence, a moment of prayer. Yeah. Up next, Honorable Mustafa. Hi, Mustafa.
I have not finished, Your Honor.
Honorable Member of Parliament, we thought your contribution was only that.
I think I have a right to contribute to this motion.
Okay, we will give you floor on the next motion. Please allow Madam Honorable Mustafa to finalize this motion. We'll give you space on the next one.
Honorable Speaker, it's important that I contribute in this motion.
You are not ready. Order, please. You have the floor, Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to talk directly on my resolution about a post-COVID recovery measure for the economic transformation of the young people by saying, you know, in every country, we normally have our investors' issues that we are dealing with. So what the most things that every country as East African countries we have to do is to look at the priorities business that can lead us to do anything in any situation. Even if the pandemic can come, we can know how can we formulating ourselves in different issues in casing of business at the youth. But there is a package which is too important for the youth, so-called the vocational training centers. This is the more important a place where the youth can be there and having a different development in casing of economic issues. So as the East African countries, we have to looking for these vocational training centers for the youth, so as we can go there and learning different things that can help us when we're just facing the pandemic size COVID that we had. But other issues, we have to change also the system of working, because we have seen we used to working like face-to-face, something like that, hand-to-hand. We have also used other platforms, especially technology issues that can bring us in development in high places. So as we can know how can we face as such as of this pandemic in different situations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Haya Mustafa from Zanzibar, Tanzania. I will give room to Honorable Marandu to finally close this motion with his statement on unemployment opportunities. This motion also stipulates on how the measures, post-COVID recovery measures can help East African youth on youth business startups and unemployment opportunities. Your 2 cents, Honorable Marandu, then we close the floor. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you for the opportunity. Before I proceed, I would like to congratulate you for winning as a speaker. Second of all, well, I work in the youth sector on the areas of gender-based violence, sexual violence against children and youth. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the situation. That's what pandemics do. And going forward to the solution, one thing we use is the 7 inspired strategies to end violence against children. And in the strategies, it suggests that income and economic strengthening for youth is important to end violence. As I said, COVID-19 has brought a lot of violence. Datas were high before the pandemic, and they are even higher. We have moved from bad to worse. And
Honorable Mandu, information, unemployment opportunities.
I'm going there, Johanna.
Yes, time. We have to observe time. Give us the solutions from your country. What is your stance on supporting this motion to create employment opportunities for young people across the East African region? And then after that, technical team, please read some of the comments that were online. I've seen some of the honorable members. They've shared their views. We can also use that as comments to second this motion before we go to voting. First of all, I would also like to appreciate and recognize honorable members who are participating virtually. You acknowledge, you are loved and you're seen, so please keep being interactive. We see you, we are with you. For any concerns, for any contributions, feel free to share. Let's be as formal as possible, but also let's be as young as possible. We are youth after all. So air out your voices and we will take them into account. Thank you. Honorable Mandu, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. One employment opportunity I would like to share in the area of gender-based violence and against youth and girls is being instructor for self-defense. This is an important area where youth can engage and end violence through being instructors of self-defense. Self-defense is a training for both women and both women and men, and it's an important way to end violence. It's an important preventive measure to end violence. We are currently, as an organization, it's called Linda Communities, offering
solutions. Honorable Marandu, solutions. We're running out of time.
That's the solution I'm talking about, Johan. I am saying there is an opportunity, there is a solution to end violence post-COVID, and it's important that we use that solution to end violence because violence has risen so much during and after COVID. Thank you, Johanna.
Thank you. Madam Clerk will share a few information, and after that we'll go straight into voting and adjourn this meeting for 1 hour for lunch break. Yes,
This is just a humble request. I think we've all noticed that we've spent a lot of time on only 2 motions, which is affecting our coverage in terms of the resolutions we have to make on other issues. We have equally important issues to deliberate on. So maybe this is just a simple request from the clerks. We've realized that most of you, as you deliberate, you're just repeating what the other person said, yet we would use the time to deliberate on something else. Please, let's be brief and let's desist from repeating ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. Yes, technical team. There are comments online to second the motion, and then after that we'll have Honorable Vivian. After that you'll come to move your motion, and we'll go into voting and adjourn the meeting for 1 hour. But also to remind you, honorable members, that your voice matters. We do not have to beg you to air out your solutions and voices for other young people. So you are here, you've been vetted, you've been selected for a reason. Countless of others applied, but they did not get this platform. So use it wisely. On behalf of Faraja Foundation, who is the convener of this platform, we are advising you, we are advising you, members, to engage in this platform. We do not need to beg you for solutions. You're here because you are chosen for your expertise. So please adhere to what you signed up for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. From Honorable Stefan Modi, he says, it's prudent for our East African governments to involve youths as forerunners in a bid to putting in place post-COVID recovery measures for economic transformation of young people. We understand our challenges better and we are in position to implement the possibilities of recovery better. I second the motion. Then we have one from Honorable Gavin. He says, Mr. Speaker, as members proceed to debate on the remaining motions, members must be cognitive of history, law, logic, and facts as we debate. Parliament is a house of record and a house of history. Thank you. And lastly, we have Honorable Mercy. She says, young people are the backbone. Sorry?
Please mute your mics. Virtual delegates, virtual honorable members, please mute your mics.
Thank you. She says, young people are the backbone of this notion, and there is need of us to be engaged in technical working groups and sectors working groups in the member countries. Being part of these groups will create an opportunity for our views and be heard. Our respective governments coming up with policies that can favor us in solving our issues. I second the motion. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you to our virtual participants, honorable members of parliament who are participating virtually. Your contribution is highly valuable, and we thank you for joining and spending time on this platform. You're highly valuable, and we are thankful that you are even here participating with fellow youth on this advocacy platform. On that context, to finalize our motion, our second motion, Ms. Vivian Kabasinga, who is the mover of the motion, will give a few remarks before we go into voting, briefly, and then we'll vote.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Because people are tired, I'm going to be so brief. The generational role of the young people of East Africa right now is a socio-economic transformation, and therefore, the youth should be put at the center of the socio-economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, to mention but a few, these are the measures this Parliament has put forward to be followed for the post-COVID recovery. Access to vaccines, we realize that we cannot have a generation that is sick. So our East African states should be able to vaccinate its people. It's unfortunate that we have the money, but we cannot access the vaccine. So we should invest in education and innovation for our young people to be able to come up with these vaccines. Temporary tax exemptions and favorable economic environments, employment opportunities. We believe that our governments can secure 35% of their jobs to the young people. The government jobs to the young people. Border opening to allow free trade and pushing for the international free trade. Rwanda and Uganda, we want to see the borders opening. Digital improvement to allow digital markets to grow. Right Honorable Speaker, with that, allow me move the motion for the resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging the governments of the East African member states to put in place post-COVID recovery measures for the economic transformation of young people, including decent jobs, livelihood, youth business startups, and employment opportunities. Honorable Member, I beg you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vivian from Rwanda. All those members, honorable members of parliament who are in favor of seconding the motion, you may vote by show of hand. All those honorable members who are in favor of this motion, you may vote by show of favor. You may vote by show of hand. raise your hands up high so the clerks can take account. And the motion passes by majority. It is therefore, this motion passes in the House, and on the mandate as Speaker, I am suspending this House for 1 hour. Honorable members, you may have refreshments and come back fully energized, and also you may network to consult each other on various issues and also be ready for the next motions, because we are going to go fast track with time, so therefore we need more solutions rather than challenges. We all are familiar with the challenges across the East African region, so come back energized, fully energized, and with more solution based. But also take into account that that seat you are sitting on represents millions of youth across East Africa. So whatever you say, whatever you are advocating for, is on behalf of the millions of others you are representing. See you back in 1 hour.
Okay.
This House is suspended.
You cannot see it. I can do it. Okay.
And to our virtual participants, we are suspending the House for 1 hour. Please bear with us. You may also have your refreshments as you come back fully energized with lots of contribution. We are going to go fast track with time for our 2-second follow-up motions. Thank you.
Hello? 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 Kindly proceed for lunch.
handshake. Jessica.
Mbere nganyo. You're
But we're going to talk in general terms what you've been doing.
Speak.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
And you?
I'm all right. So I'm just doing a testing. Oh my God. Can you imagine we've been talking, we've had breakthrough together, but I don't even know your name.
Oh, Bonventure is my name.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, I'm from Kenya. You're from?
Hello. Hi. Josh, let me know if I should start. Me, I'm from Uganda. Elizabeth Akol.
Working in Kenya.
No. Working in Kampala, Uganda, with Faraja. Yes. Hi, we.
Faraja is the lady who was married to an MP, Kitambo.
No.
It's a TV station.
So we are live from Tanzania, Arusha, and we have with us one of the honorable members who managed to move a motion. He's going to give us an introduction and tell us why he decided to move this particular motion that he moved. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Bonventure Otieno. I'm from Kenya, and it was a privilege to be in East African Youth Parliament. My motion basically was on institutionalization of East African Youth Parliament, because you understand every year youths meet in Arusha, but basically we don't have the leg. We are suspended on air. And if you look at some of the researches that have been done, you hear that we make the biggest chunk or the biggest population in East Africa. But the question is, the laws that are being drafted are not meant for the people who are the higher population. So this legislation that are being made, they're supposed to support who? We are the East Africa. East Africa is made up of the youth. Actually, it should be the youths that are making laws for others. But now, it's like the majority are the ones who are like underneath, and the minority are above. So we are trying to come up with a legislation to ensure that IALA comes up with a legislation or law in a way to send to their member countries to ratify, so that we can have youth parliaments. Because if you have youth parliament, it's easier now even to come up with the legislations and to give the voice to the East African youth. Yes, and that's what basically we are doing.
Okay, so if it's like to give the voice to the East African youth, you'll find that in most elections that we have in all different East African countries, young people are enticed to, divert. They are given money, that is where corruption comes in. What is your comment on that, since we're trying to find out a common ground for young people to convene?
Basically, I'll go to the value system, because I believe that the problem we have, whether it's issue of drugs, issue of corruption, issue of bribery in voting, it's about value. And we need to go back to our value system as East Africans and ask ourselves, what do we prescribe to? Because at the end of the day, even if you try to solve the issue at the higher stage, you cannot solve those issues if you don't start at the at the education level where values are being inculcated. So I believe that is basically the solution. The issue of bribery, it's about it's an individual issue question. And now, if I can if I can influence you to take that bribe, it means that my value as a person is a problem.
Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be bringing you more updates from Arusha, Tanzania. tell him to do this like he did earlier. So when COVID-19 hit us, a number of things came to a standstill, including our economy. Here with us, we have Honorable Vivian. She's going to give us an insight of the motion that she moved in line with the economic development.
Thank you so much. I'm Vivian Kabasinga. The motion I moved was about the member states of East Africa to put up the COVID-19 recovery measures. How are we revamping the economy, and how are we helping the young people that were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic? Yeah.
Okay, why did you decide to move this particular motion?
I decided to move this particular motion because we are all aware that issues of unemployment, issues of underemployment, issues of young people not finding what to do is at the prime. Like, that is a problem that we are having as young people of East Africa. And COVID-19 just made everything worse. So it was a call that everyone wanted to be part, and I believe it was so important for us to talk about it, especially in the East African Youth Parliament. Yeah.
So as an individual, on an individual basis, what have you done besides just moving the motion? What have you done back in your country in Rwanda to see that at least the economy is moving and young people are pushing through with this situation because it's here to stay, per se?
One thing we need to realize is our governments cannot help everyone. And if you're not lucky that you're helped by the government, what else are you going to do? So we are looking at more of the mindset change of the young people, encouraging them to start up their own enterprises and seeing how they work, and also pushing government to provide favorable economic situations and environments so that these startups sprout. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are live at Arusha, Tanzania for the 4th sitting of the Vijana Assembly. Please stay tuned. We are bringing you more motions, and we're going to still have a debate in the afternoon session. Yes. No, before she comes in, you have to show something else. Okay. Here with me. So here with me is one of the participants who's going to share their experience in this year's Vijana Assembly. You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Hayam Mustafa Kut. I'm from Tanzania, Zanzibar Island. It is my second time being in here in the East African Youth Parliament. The late one, the former one, I was deputy speaker from Tanzania because we had two speakers, Tanzania and Uganda. But for this time, it's more important side because I have been participant in the parliament as the parliamentarian issues, and more I have really gained because the place where I'm coming from, there is a majority of youth. They are depending on me. How can I represent my people from Zanzibar or from Tanzania in general? So what I bear to get more is to have more experience in the issues of parliament, because I'm planning myself to be a politician or more politician youth in this session. So I am using this platform for practicing. If when the time is coming for me to be in a politician, like if I want to be a parliamentarian person in Republic of Tanzania, so it could be like easy to me, rather than to come from nowhere, then you're just going to have engaging in a politician. So for that, is really matter to me and really important things in my country and for myself, because I have a dream big than other people thinking about.
Okay, that is so amazing. So when it comes to young people, we have, and the government itself, we're facing a problem of false publicity, basically on policies that are passed on by the governments of the different member states. As someone that is aspiring to be a great politician, how do you think fake publicity or false publicity can be dealt with when it comes to the youth?
Yes, false publicity, this more, I can say it's not good at things which we youth are supposed to practicing with, because we have a dream and we are doing the things of today, not the things of other time. So what we are supposed to be is to be really on you, because you have a dream, and that the dream must be sustainable on what you are dreaming with. So practicing a false publicity of public figure, false issues, this can lead to you being what you want to. So I think even for the countries, because as a platform have been created or establishing, but are not the really which we needed as the youth. People, we can go having some a platform for raising a youth, but the resolution of what we are making are not going with the place that we want to. So we can also talking as a fake publicity, because we are raising issues, but they are not going to the place that we are, because people, they're just doing for their beneficiary issues. If maybe they could making the economic issues to be in a good way. So for that, I think every member state, if in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, the government must be looking for those platforms and other things which can raise a youth voice, so as to reach where we want to.
So one of the motions that were passed were in line with measures that can be brought up for the economic development amidst COVID-19. What do you think, in a nutshell, what do you think should be done of the young people?
What I would like to say is investment of the things which we are currently having in each member state. Because if you could invest, for a good example in Tanzania, or like talking about Zanzibar, we are good in tourism issues. So if we could invest in deeply in tourism industry, we could we could face anything in the country that we are facing. For example, issues of COVID and other things that we. But there is things that have been rising in my country, Zanzibar, in cases of blue economic. This is the whereby the youth can be creating a big issues in cases of business, because this is cannot depend of maybe tourism issues like tourists to come to Zanzibar and do it themselves. It's like a local things can be moving forward on what we are doing. So to invest the things that we are currently helping us in our country, there's more things that we are supposed to prioritize in our country. As my fellow Honorable said, in case of agriculture, if it's the mining, we have to go, if and other things, we have to invest on the things that can bring us the development, but not development, the sustainability of it.
Okay, thank you very much. We are coming to you live from Arusha, Tanzania, and please don't forget to subscribe to Faraja Television YouTube channel. Also, follow us on all our social media platforms, that is Faraja Television on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And also, follow the conversation on Faraja Africa Foundation pages.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2.
At the commencement of this maiden engagement of Eastern Regional Youth Parliamentary Advocacy Day, it's a pleasure and my privilege to be with you this morning to join the dedicated young people and youth leaders in dialogue on issues of integration as you mark the Youth Advocacy Day. I believe youth must take and play a central role in addressing pertinent issues affecting yourselves. Such may include, but not limited to, tackling climate change, education, political reforms, right to freedom, and many other areas. Youth can take advantage of civic spaces, physical spaces, and digital spaces, which expose interactive website pages as well as social media platforms, be it Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, and live stream videos or even newer emerging sites to ensure societal transformation.
We should focus and reflect on the Africa we want as young people. What kind of Africa do we want? We want the Africa where there is inclusion, participation of every citizen, young and old. We want the Africa where the voices of the citizen matter a lot, not the voices of the gun, where the vote counts and not the one who counts the vote. We want the Africa where the military is not politicized and the politics is not militarized. We want the Africa where development is for all, where the gap between the rich and the poor is not widening, but is shrinking. And as Action Aid, we strongly believe that poverty is the result of injustice and can be healed once we address the question of injustice, resource redistribution, and especially the issue of participation.
As young people, we are very, very passionate about not being left behind. As Faraja, we want to make sure that we coordinate ourselves as other young people within different spheres, as they mentioned, business and all other angles, to come and be part of the policy-making processes.
We are passionate as Westminster is because the issues of inclusion of youth, women, PWDs, and other marginalized groups is fundamental to the sustainability of democracy as we know it. Today, we are gathered here to engage Yara. These engagements started in small groups of 5-10 young people saying, what can we do in our small locality? What can we do in our institution of learning? What can we do in our caucus in Parliament? And the idea grew and formed into an initiative that we are now happy to support as a continental initiative.
Vision East Africa is glad to participate in this endeavor of supporting young people in the integration processes. There is growing hunger among the young people when you move around in all the countries. And whenever you interact with them, the message is the same. They are desire for economic opportunities, they are desire for political participation, they are desire for networking and interrelations. And as Vision East Africa, we shall continue to facilitate that process of engaging, meeting, and ensure that your voices are heard beyond the offices, beyond the regional parliament, but even up to the highest offices in our own governments, to ensure that indeed our interests as young people, who are in trade, who are in politics, are completely taken very, very seriously.
We believe that if a policy is made with a young person, that policy is sustainable. As young people, if we come to this space, it is a safe space for us to air our views. And it being a safe place, that means our views and our voices will be taken into consideration as law and will be considered in the development of our region and integration processes. We believe in dialogue. We believe in engaging you and making sure that we are part of the development processes, and most importantly, our voices do matter to you.
And all these answers, Right Honorable Speaker, lie in the African Charter on elections, democracy, and good governance. We are here this morning to call upon your office and the Legislative Assembly to urge the member states to ratify this charter. It is the charter that speaks for the Africa that we want. It's the charter that speaks for Africans. And we believe that if it is implemented, domesticated, and practiced in East Africa will flourish and East Africa will grow.
Future generation starts with me and with you. And I have said before, East Africa is your home. These are your countries. Work very hard and make sure that you work to harness and make use of the resources for the current and future generation.
Every generation must, out of relative obscurity,
Honorable members of Parliament of the fourth sitting of the East African Youth Parliament, I am glad that you're here. You've joined back for another session. I believe everyone is refreshed and energized to continue these discussions in aid of the youth of the East African community. As our motto says, we are one people, one destiny. So help us God. And with that being said, I am officiating opening the sessions. We will start by hearing some few remarks and information from the clerks. I would like to reaffirm that we need to maintain order and we need to be active. We need to actively participate, as this platform is a platform that is given to us due to our merits and due to the work we've done with, in representation of fellow youth. So our seats, take these seats with high value, that you are here to represent millions of other young people across the East African region. I wish you all well in deliberating the discussions, and you have all of you have my support. Honorable Clerk, please take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the next session, we are going to have one motion that will take exactly 20 minutes for debate. And the mover, and I would like this to be clear to all members. When you come to move the motion, kindly read the motion as it is in the order paper. Then you sit down and you allow the seconder to second the motion. Then after the seconder is when the mover will come back to expound on his idea on the motion. Then the floor will be open after that. And in the wisdom of the speaker, he will judge on how many members who will participate. Then after that, we shall have voting. And kindly mark that we need to keep time, and every member who will be contributing at least should not take more than 3 minutes. If you take more than 3 minutes, the Honorable Speaker, strictly 2 minutes. If you pass that, the Honorable Speaker, in his own wisdom, will have no option but to unmute you. To our online delegates, I believe this information is clear to you, and it also applies the same to you virtually. Thank you. So,
Honorable members of parliament, I call upon Honorable Mulisa Emmanuel from Uganda.
Yes, a very good afternoon to all of you, honorable members. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Now, for those of us that have these order papers, I want us to go to item number 11 on the order paper, which is a motion that I'm here to move. And the motion is a motion for a resolution of the East African Youth Parliament urging governments of the ESC member states to revamp the education system and curriculum to cater for the issue of the education crisis during the pandemics by adoption of education technology with global tech investments. I stand to move that motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, I call upon seconder of the motion, Wandia Kimani from Kenya. Honorable Wandia Kimani.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, honorable members of parliament, thank you. I stand here to second the motion of revamping the education system and the curriculum to cater for the issue of education crisis during the pandemics by adoption of education technology with global technology investments. Shall I move into explaining? All right. COVID-19 has shown us all that a lot can change in just a matter of months. And with this, a lot of people had to stop their education. In Kenya, which is what I'll use as my case study, 17 million learners had to stop their learning. And therefore, and some of the challenges that we've seen is the inequality gap that has grown because of inadequate access to internet, using the digital mode of learning, the inadequate access to the technology, computers, smartphones needed to learn. However, we move for solutions such as digital literacy or digital learning to be included as a policy measure so that we have appropriate budgetary allocations towards digital learning. We would like to see adoption of hybrid learning models that are inclusive and not locking anyone out. Adaptation of teaching materials and curriculums to more relevant contexts and which are accessible online to everyone, because we all know that a lot of our curriculums are outdated and we really have been relying a lot on traditional modes of learning. Therefore, we also want to see more reliable learning infrastructure and programs that are stable, and this is why the global technology investments would come in handy. And we would love to see that the governments in our member states create better partnerships or stronger partnerships with private institutions, public institutions, in order to see this through. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kimani. Honorable Mulisa.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Wandia Kimani. Now, I want to greet you all again in the spirit of East Africa. Now, we all understand that we are a very diverse community. I mean the East African community. We have different peoples, and then we also have a way in which we study that is different, depending on whichever country in East Africa that you represent. Now, but in that diversity still, we have faced the same challenges in our education system as a result of the pandemic, if you will all agree with me. We have all faced a challenge of closure of especially private schools in some communities because there was no business. Any business that doesn't have support will always close. And some schools we've seen in some countries turn into farms, and some others into guest houses, and some others into farms. Now, we have also faced a challenge of unemployment of teachers. We all understand that the highest number of teachers are youth, and therefore that is a constituency that we represent. So we have had a lot of youth run out of jobs simply because they cannot teach for an entire year that we spent in the pandemic, and for those other countries that have even gone further into a second year, still in the lockdowns and no access to education. We have also faced a challenge of increase in teenage marriages and equally a challenge in an increase in teenage pregnancies as a result of students not being able to go to school. Now, you will agree with me that, yes, the truth is the percentages might all differ from our countries, the percentages of increase in teenage pregnancies and child marriages. But what you will agree with me on is that there is always an increase. Whichever way it increases, but the increase is there. The percentages only differ amongst our countries. Now, we've also had a lot of school dropouts, that even in some countries where we've had schools resume, certain students have not been able to go back to school. Now, but you also agree with me that even if we come from different East African countries, as a community, you realize that our countries or our governments do not prioritize investment in education. You will agree with me that none of our countries has education on their budget as number 3 on the priority areas. Most of the budget priority areas are always other different areas, such as infrastructure development and the rest. Yet education is what produces the most productive force that we need as a country. So with all those challenges, I want us to also point ourselves to the other aspect of us having different and very unflexible curriculums. Most of our curriculums are designed for us to be attending class physically or have a way of studying that doesn't favor or use of technology or hands-on equipment. But ladies and gentlemen, some of you might argue that, you see, most of these challenges I've pointed out are not just, you see, some of those challenges you pointed out, such as teenage pregnancies and child marriages, have always been around. Yes, I acknowledge students have always been going for holidays, but these holidays are always short. But now we've had a prolonged lockdown where we had students stay home for a very lengthy period of time, and therefore very, very idle. So most of these challenges the students have faced is because of that very idle time that they have spent away from school. Why? Because of the modes of learning that we only have in our curriculums as East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, education technology is a combined use of computer hardware, software, and educational theory and practice to facilitate learning. That is where our government should start moving. This is the time that we need to have our government invest highly or prioritize education. Even after we had a very lengthy lockdowns and the education sector was affected very badly, the government still in the financial year 2020-2021 did not increase the budget allocations towards education, towards revamping education sector. Now, the world, we all understand that the world is a global village and the world is moving fast. The earlier you access information, the better you move. We all also know that the countries that are categorized as first world, second world, are countries that invest a lot of resources in research and development and a lot of learning. That is where, if as a community we need to move, that is where we need to focus and we need to invest a lot in our education sector. A well-trained workforce is a very well-trained and skilled workforce is a very productive workforce. I thank you and I open the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Mulisa. I open the floor for other members to second the motion. Briefly, we will have 40 seconds per each contribution. By show of hands, yes, Honorable Dudu from Uganda, Idudu from Uganda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Idudu. Order. There's a information was raised here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, why is it Gidudu? Because all of us are putting up our hands, and I expected you to look this side because I was putting up my hand. I want to
Don't question
submit.
the eye of the speaker.
Please, through you, Mr.
Order.
Speaker, sir.
Order.
Through you, Mr. Speaker,
Order.
sir, I do request that you turn down his request to submit. Thank you so much.
Affirmative.
Honestly,
Honorable
Yes.
Idudu, affirmative.
no, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Idudu, order. We'll give the floor to the lady. Let's be cordial. No, we'll give the floor to the lady.
Ladies first.
Yes. In the spirit of women empowerment, and not even empowerment, advancement, we'll give it to Honorable. You may take the floor.
Thank you so much. Again, Mr. Speaker, I have a request that since we're from eating lunch, would you stand up and breathe in and out so that we can continue? It's just a request because they are sleeping. It's me who is seeing them.
Honor.
I've been rotating my seat, but I'm seeing people sleeping.
To grant your request, I will give you 1 minute.
To breathe in and out?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Conduct the exercise. You have
Okay.
1 minute.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone stand up.
Honorable
let's breathe
Speaker,
in
is
and
it in order for the Honorable to forge out sleeping in the Parliament, really?
out. No,
Order. Order. It's a suggestion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Opio, please stand up.
Mr. Speaker, this House, no.
Okay. Please, members, let's just respect this. It is just a request.
She's commanding you stretch.
Stretch, breathe
Breathe
in
in.
and out. That's all.
As part as you're all members of parliament, but you also need your health. So she's suggesting healthcare measures. So let's listen to our honorable member.
Okay, just 1 second. Then let's breathe in. Out. Please take your seats.
Thank you, honorable. Your contribution to the motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would just like to add on the challenges that I've brought up with this cause of the long, prolonged pandemic. We have had issues with teenage pregnancies. Like back in Uganda, you find a 13-year-old girl carrying twins, 13 years, carrying twins. And this is because of the closure of the schools. So I would recommend that if schools are reopened in Uganda, simply because we are East Africa, we find that Tanzania, your students are going to school, but back in Uganda, that's out. I've also had issues to do with depression, both for the children and the parents. People are depressed, even me myself, because of the pandemic. When I had the outbreak, that was serious. I was sick for 1 week. I thought I had COVID just because of the fear. So I would like the government or the East African Parliament to put up this thing that COVID has come and it is not going today. Let's just accept it, be immunized, and live happily.
Thank you, honorable.
Just lastly, am I permitted? So we have also had issues to do with sex, increased appetite. The youth of today, because of this pandemic, they have been very free, very idle. And some of them have even lost jobs because simply they have to do some things that are not relevant. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you, honorable. Yes, Idudu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interrupted by Honorable
Idudu,
Halima.
you have 40 seconds.
It's okay. I think I thank the mover of the motion, first of all, for thinking about this motion. But me, I'll be brief because we don't have time. One, I would love us as the East African Youth Parliament to emphasize on some few items here that I thought would be necessary for us as a government, as a community. One, I think we should look at our curriculums
they are irrelevant at a certain point. We are studying things that are not really important to us. So I would urge us as East Africa to think of ways of revising our curriculums and have other things, new stuff incorporated in the curriculum. Then I also wanted us to urge our member state governments to work around investing in technologies to have a backbone of internet, whereby internet is made cheaper for the community and schools to access, so that we also go digital, because we have seen some private schools have gone digital and they've been teaching their children, as for those of the local people are just home-seated. So I also wanted to request the member state governments that have been under lockdown to support the private schools with finances to reopen after the pandemic. And also government schools should also be supported, because back home in Uganda there is a school that closed, and it's not going to be, they closed as a pandemic, but it's not going to come back as a school anymore. It lost its structures, it has lost its staff, it has lost everything. So I would urge us as young people to think about the teachers who are employed in these schools. Think about a primary teacher who is a private teacher, who earns on after teaching. Government teachers are earning, but private teachers are home. For example, for Uganda, it's coming to 2 years. A private teacher is home, they don't work, and that was the only thing they could afford to do. So as young people, Honorable Arima mentioned of depression. Even teachers are depressed. We need social support to these communities, the young people. Thank you. We need social support to these people. The counseling should be done. And also, lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I talked of technologies, I would think that the government, the member state governments would also waive taxes on technological equipments that would support the digital learning. I beg to submit.
Honorable Idudu from Uganda. We have a lady. Let's give a chance to a lady. There's a lady yes, Honorable. You may remove your mask.
This is just as a reminder. It's a reminder that we were told when we're chosen to speak, we should introduce ourselves first. I'm reminding all the members to please just introduce your name and where you're from. Is it a point of information? Yeah, it's just information. Sorry,
okay, understood. Thank you. Next, we have Honorable. Okay, this is a tough one. I will give you all 40 seconds if you promise to deliver, all of you, because we are running out of time. So he's never spoken, so I'll give this Honorable the first chance, and then we'll go to Paul, Badru, and then we'll go to, yes. Okay?
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
The final speaker will be Hilda. Yeah? And ladies at the back, any contribution? Yes, you'll be the final speaker. Okay? So after Hilda, you, then we're going straight to voting. So 40 seconds per each.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I must appreciate my nomination for nominating you to be the Speaker of this Parliament, and how the members of Parliament have done well in my nomination. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to raise some few issues here concerning our discussion on moving forward the motion regarding changes in education. I'm the Secretary General of Tanzania Student Networking Program, and throughout our working in Tanzania, I have underscored major challenges that have been associated by COVID in our country. Though we can be seen in the East Africa as we are least affected by COVID. However, there are still a very big challenges that at the country and at the community we need to prepare on that. We have a very big problem regarding digitalization of education in East Africa. And we have a serious problem on curriculum I have made an observation of our curriculum, and I have come to the understanding that most of the things that have been included in the curriculum are not for the today's generations. That's why we can see graduates from high school and the universities, they are not having the qualities and the needed skills and the trainings that are fruitful in today's world. This is another angle that should be looked at. The issue of information and the communication technology is very low in our region. The issue of innovation and the creativity, we are not seeing these in our schools. We are not seeing these in our universities. Some few universities have tried to come out with innovation departments. For instance, University of Dar es Salaam has special innovation department and the entrepreneurship department, but still, these departments are not doing good. Now, Mr. Speaker and
your
members of the
propositions,
Parliament,
honorable member, your propositions, please.
My proposition is
I'll
that
20 seconds.
My proposition is that there should be inclusion of all students, means girls and boys, and also people in urban and in rural areas. There should be updating of policies and the curriculum to cater for today's needs. Also, there should be commitment of the government to increase support on research and innovation, especially on learning platform. And also, there should be uniformization of education in East African community. There are other degrees which are being offered in other universities for 3 years and other universities for 4 years. This brings a very serious challenge when it comes to the integration of the East African community on common market in securing job in the other country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. I will have the next speaker online. Let's allow one from online. Do we have anyone from online? Deng John. Honorable Deng John from South Sudan.
Thank you. Yes, all protocol observed. Good afternoon to all honorable members. Yes, I'm Deng John, a student from Makerere University in Uganda.
From South Sudan.
I would support the motion, and I would, South Sudanese.
Okay, we'll move to the next speaker. Honorable
South
Paul,
Sudanese.
please. 40
thank you so
seconds.
much, Mr.
Solutions,
Speaker.
please.
I hope the machines are okay.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, am I being heard? From online, yes. I would like to give my submission. I don't know if the technicalities.
Technology with the global. Companies work with internet. Back home, the study shows that 20 people out of the 45 estimated total population use internet. When I transfer that statistic to the East African population, we're a population of 177 million. So you realize that 88 of our people are the only who can access internet. So my concern is, how are we leaving the other population? How are they going to access this education through those global tech companies that are using internet? And this takes me back to the first motion that calls for institutionalization of this parliament so that we can have a budget to actually implement some of the things. If we have to increase the internet coverage, we do it ourselves, because I have less hopes in the institutions that have been in place, because these things have been raised, we have experienced them, but there's nothing that has been done. So I believe if this parliament is institutionalized and we have budget, we can control policies, I believe something can be done. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of information, Honorable members, I need you guys to be more solution-based rather than going back to the problems. I think we are all familiar with the problems, so people will keep repeating the problems. So let's just gear straight ahead to what you feel is needed and how can we approach this, because it will help our mover add more meat to the motions and then also help our resolution later on. So please bear that in mind. The next speaker will be online. Nadu
Yes,
John.
good evening, Right Honorable Speaker. The topic, okay, by name, Cholmuchok Augustine from South Sudan, currently in Uganda. I'm a student of public health. So this topic has become one of my favorites that I want actually to contribute. As I was checking some of the, which I have already shared some in the text in the input there. So according to research done in Uganda in April to May in 2020, so they show that 28% have no information related to reproductive and sexual service. So that means the pandemic has caused a serious
Solutions-based,
impact on health.
Solutions, Honorable John, your solution.
The other studies that have been done on Kenya also show that 21% have an abortion due to pregnancies that happened during the lockdown, and because they were able to go to school, to access the hospital, so they do legal abortions. So also reproductive issues are very common in East Africa, and if you go to South Sudan, in South Sudan there are no, usually
technical team, he may submit his contribution in writing. Next on the speakers list. Next on the speakers list.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ladu, you may wait. Please wait, Honorable Ladu. We have a speaker in the House.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. I think I want to...
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, I think I want to add on something around us looking at the mental health aspect around education in crisis. And I want us to think not so much about the technology as an enabler, but look at the soft issues. Because when you're talking about kids who've not been in school for such a long period, we've seen countries that are trying to cover the lost time by putting so much together or just putting a lot of curriculum work to cover within a very short time. So that in itself puts a lot of pressure on our kids, on our students, and it's sort of erupting, and we are seeing it in a lot of crimes of passion. We are seeing it in a lot of burning of schools. Kids have started becoming defiant. Those who are parents here, you might agree with me that the behavior patterns of our kids are changing. And as East Africa, or as a region that is yet to...
Time, Honorable Member.
As a region that is yet to get to that point of technological advancement, I would beg the House to think about the soft issues or the low-hanging fruits that we can quickly push in this particular parliament, and that can go ahead even to IALA, and that which we can say we have a big win, or we have a win that we can easily follow up on Because when we think about technology, it starts talking about internet infrastructure, it starts asking for budgets for, I don't know, who will start training our teachers on how to use the technological devices and all. But if we target on some of the quick, soft issues, I feel like we're going to have an easy win. Not to discount what is being said, but maybe we might think we need to relook at the motional and reach it in a certain way, especially around the mental health aspect.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you.
Information to Honorable Delegates, Honorable Members of Parliament. We are dissecting adoption of education technology with global tech investment. How do we integrate during this pandemic the adoption of education technology with global tech investments? How do we incorporate tech and education to beat what we have gone through during this COVID pandemic? So as you analyze that, the floor is over. I only have 2 ladies left. If I add you, I would have to add 2 more from here. They're raising their hands.
I believe that it's very burning.
We are going with time.
It's on right to privacy only.
I will allow only if you all can do it within 40 seconds each, because we are running fast track with time, and we do not want a dormant parliament, okay? So the 2 ladies, you may speak, and then we'll have contributions from 1 honorable here, 2 here. Badru, and then you close the floor, okay? Huh?
Okay,
Why do you people want to speak now? Si tumekubaliana mwanzoni kwamba we are doing, sorry, Honorable Member. I'm just trying to, guys, if you want to submit to second a motion, you have to tell us pre-hand, so the clerk keeps time. If you raise up and then you just keep raising up, we are disrupting the conversation, okay? So I will allow this contribution, but for the next one, when we start, we know these honorable delegates will contribute, okay? And then after that, when we close, it's closed. Because I'm trying to save time for you guys as well. You've traveled, you've had a lot going on, discussions, consultations, so we are trying to also save time for you and our virtual delegates. So please, keep time. 40 seconds each. We are keeping time. Let's go.
Okay, thank you again. My name is Hilda from Tanzania. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Because you wanted us to bring the solutions, and I've seen a lot we are still complaining to the government without knowing we are part of the government, because we are the majority, and we are the ones who experience the modern world, the digital world. So I could just suggest if, with the little we have the youth who are just creative in technology, IT technology, who can create something which can help the education system, and maybe take the proposal to the government. Because if we are just still complain here and say the government should facilitate the budgets, we have seen our government, somebody say the education is not their priority. But let's see, if someone is sick and someone has not gone to school, which one would be the first? The one who's sick, right? So let's be part of the solution on this. If there are youth who can be creative and create the model, the digital model which can help the education system in this pandemic season, then let's write and take the proposal to the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hilda. I think she's made her point clear. Governments, East African governments, you need to invest in tech education, invest in local content, invest in your youth who are creative in the IT sector, if you want to leverage and beat these pandemic effects on the education system. Next, yes, introduce yourself, please.
My name is Zumrat Saidi from Tanzania. I want to add from where other speakers has contributed, but I'm also not far from my fellow honorable member. I want to say that although we are thinking on changing the curriculum and it's a long process, we can also keep our attention on empowering parents and caregivers who stays with those students when the pandemic happens and they are in stays home for a long so that they can support them in education at home, so that this could be among the quick measures that can help to deal with pandemics like COVID-19 and other pandemics when rises. Yeah, thank you.
You, Honorable Member, next.
To save time, I don't want to repeat what she said. I had something similar to what she said, so.
Two honorable members in the back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Catherine Kimambo. I am from Tanzania. I work at the education sector for almost 2 years now. We are working on a project called School Connectivity. So I want to speak of 2 solutions that we have done on the ground. And one of them is, during the pandemic, we established something called the information spots, where we established the information spots in rural areas mostly. And we made sure that those information spots were powered with internet and internet devices. And people from the communities can go to the information spots and acquire valuable information about COVID, anything educational for students and teachers. And also, now we are expanding more into establishing regional competence centers. I will define what regional competence centers are. So regional competence centers are centers, could be a school or any location that is located in rural areas. So these regional competence centers will be powered with internet. They could have devices where people from the region, let's say Dodoma region, could be there and get information. They could be in different regions across Tanzania, across Africa. So as people in rural areas can have, because we know we have different different geographical locations in Tanzania, let's say. It's different from how Rwanda is or how Kenya is. So since Tanzania has a larger geographical location, we are trying to see how we can have people in rural areas come online. So with regional education centers, these are the places where people can get connected and have, internet at a lower, I would say, lower cost. So these are the solutions that we had done during the COVID pandemic. And also, I would want to urge us to see how we can learn from our member states. Let's say Rwanda, for example. Almost half of the population or of the schools in Rwanda are connected to internet. So we could try and see how us as other member states can learn from Rwanda as a case study and see how we can leverage that technology or that solution on how their schools were connected. Half of their schools were connected. And it's not by their government, I would say. It's from projects such as Project Connect by UNICEF, Project Connect by ITU. So we try and see how the global community in general can come and contribute to how our schools or how our communities can be connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Point of information, Rwandan delegation, you have some work to do in consultation to add to this motion. So you will liaise with Honorable Mulisa Emmanuel. Next up on the speakers list.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to rise to second the motion, but also use this opportunity to call upon the Inter-University Council of East Africa, based in Kampala, to bring together different university institutions and all academic actors to see how they can speed up the review of our educational curriculum, but also come up with a strategy on how they can engage other partners, including the private sector, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and others on how they can finance our education sector in order to meet the current 21st century needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Juma from Tanzania. Yes. Honorable from Kenya.
Honorable Speaker, I believe I can be seen. On my end is a recommendation that as we continue passing legislation and also helping in education, we try and also come with the legislation on data protection and cyber crimes, because we are likely to face such situations with our children. you found yourself in some Zoom meetings or other meetings where foreigners, indulge and they end up showing different things against the value system that has been set. So it's my recommendation we come up with laws to protect our children.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So as much as we want to invest in digital education and technology, we also have to be aware of the risks that come with this digitalization. And I will open the comments from our virtual honorable members. The technical team will read their suggestions and remarks.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Stefan Modi says, a hands-on curriculum.
Your mask.
Apologies. He says a hands-on curriculum is more.
Please. Your mask.
Sorry. He says a hands-on curriculum is more fruit-bearing, and with inclusion of global tech investment implies that more advanced production is expected. Besides, in scarcity of accessibility to technology, students are occupied by their practical work. In case of a pandemic, in case the pandemic goes for a while, I pray to submit. Then we have from Honorable Ladu John. He says, I'm from South Sudan. I fully second the motion, and I believe in it, and it's important to revamp the education system and curriculum for the current state. All stakeholders must commit to strengthen education as a common good that is fully inclusive. Secondly, make free and open source technologies to teachers and students, thus the open educational resources and open access to digital tools must be supported. Thirdly, digital literacy for all and for all resources plus curriculums for theoretical to practical.
I believe the technical team is taking into account in liaison with the clerks. I believe you're taking account all these important suggestions from our honorable members. They're informative, and I believe they will aid our resolutions later on. Up next, we are moving to vote for the motion. I will not add any more speakers. Yes, I'm proposing a resolution to pass this motion. By show of hands, I would like honorable members of parliament to...
Hello, Honorable Speaker. Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Am I not supposed to come and make a prayer?
In due with time, we will allow you 40 seconds because we are fast tracking with time. I'm also trying to save my honorable members here. I understand some of you have matters of national security, so that you have to attend to.
Speaker, we concur with you.
So yes, let's.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Two things, but before I say the two things, I thank you very much, honorable members, for supporting this motion with such very good ideas and solutions. Now, two things. From whatever we've discussed, we realize that we can never, as the East African community, afford to have a halt in education. That is if we are to grow at the same rate as other regions or other areas in the world. We can never afford to have a halt in education. That is why we need to make sure that our governments invest a lot much more in digitalizing education so that we have access to education at any time, regardless of whatever pandemic we are in. So we need to have those technologies available, and that is why we need to have them invest in education technology. Number two, we can never afford, from what we've learned, we can never afford to have a curriculum that doesn't address learning issues that fit into the 21st century. We need to make sure that our governments have reviews in the current curriculums, and then have in place a curriculum that will fit into the current 21st century. Thank you very much, honorable members, and I pray that you vote for the motion in large numbers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulisa. Thank you for your motion. So now we go straight into voting. By show of hands, I will need my honorable members of parliament to support the motion by showing of hands. I'm proposing a resolution for members of parliament to pass this resolution. By show of hands, members who wish to support this motion. I hope you understand what you're supporting, not just raising your hand. Okay, a little bit higher. The clerk is keeping tabs. Okay. By show of hands, I'm guessing the majority have passed. The resolution has passed. Congratulations, Honorable Mulisa. I take it into account that you consult members of delegations of Rwanda and so forth to add some meat to your motion, okay?
Yes.
Okay, members of parliament, we have 2 motions left that are to be discussed. I want us to reach a consensus if we are to dissect one and then go for tea break and adjourn the full meetings of the day, or close now and return back tomorrow. But just remember, the people who sent you here did not want you to be lazy.
Honorable Speaker, just to contribute to that, I believe as youths, we are supposed to be effective, and it's not the matter of quality or quantity, it's about quality. The question is the state of our minds. Can we continue discussing? Be the judge.
Thank you. By show of hands, okay. I guess you're right. Okay. By show of, okay. This might be unfortunate to our virtual participants, but we understand that also our virtual participants are tired. You've spent all the day with us discussing and dissecting issues. So on behalf of the powers invested in me as Speaker, I am proposing on a motion that we should adjourn the meeting and come back tomorrow, fully energized, fully refreshed, ready to discuss, ready to tear each other apart with facts and conventions and laws, because at the end of the day, we've had a lot of discussions today, but some facts have been missing important aspects. So when we return back tomorrow for the meetings, please come back fully fledged, fully knowing that what you're going to speak about has some sense to it, has some supporting data, and is going to create some sort of lobbying mechanism to allow our stakeholders to implement these ideas. So, by show of hands.
Point of information.
Yes.
We have to decide for tomorrow, because it could be as today. We have to decide that each speaker should have 3 minutes or 2 minutes. It can be 2 minutes. So as we can go with the time. As long as we are youth, we can manage the time. That is, we have to do today, so as to can make our tomorrow good also. Thank you.
Well noted, Honorable Kayam. So, yes, Honorable Natasha.
I personally do not agree, because sometimes in some conversations, someone can be passionate to talk about something. So if you say 2 minutes to each and every person, that's a lie.
We will look into it. The clerks will also look into the contribution of the members of parliament and what they're actually contributing. I'm sure we can all understand whatever someone is contributing, if it's valid to the motion, then we will accept it. If it's not, it's going outside of context, then we will just ask that member to politely subdue. With that being said, shukrani sana kwa kazi mliofanya leo. Thank you all for participating today. Tomorrow we resume here early to finish the agendas that we have not dissected. And these include some really interesting topics, from democracy to sexual reproductive health, to youth councils, to EAC member states. So I believe you should all come fully fledged tomorrow with the essence that you are here to represent the millions of youth across the East African region. Come with facts, come with data, screen the conventions, screen the international treaties, screen all the information that you can get, but make sure it's credible to support your facts, because this is what we as young people will use to lobby to institutions like the EAC and our stakeholders to make them act on these agendas that we are trying to dissect today. With that being said, I, as Speaker, am adjourning this sitting for today, and we will resume back tomorrow. Time will be communicated by the technical team. And just a point of information, if you need, if you're feeling unwary, if you're feeling wary or not well, you can liaise with Madam Tekla, and also you can communicate with David. David, can you stand up so they see you? Yes, Dr. David. David is a medical doctor. So whoever feels strange, we understand that you've traveled and some of you have a lot going on. So just feel free to speak to David and he will address your concerns. Faraja has strictly mandated him to deal with your issues. Okay? Asanteni sana. So we resume back tomorrow. There's information.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. As we adjourn the meeting, we are going for evening tea, then we go back to the hotel. Please, if you haven't registered, make sure you see me before you go for evening tea. Make sure you see me and register on the attendance list. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, we are waking up at 6, breakfast at the hotel, 6:30, and by 7, we'll be moving to the parliament for the session. We have postponed some motions that will be discussed tomorrow here, so we have to be early. Don't make yourself be left by the bus and be early. Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. And you're meant to attend in person. Thank you.
At the commencement of this maiden engagement of Eastern Regional Youth Parliamentary Advocacy Day,
Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of people
supposed to be
They have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially disabled, exclusion of young people from leadership, politics, and governance, youth unemployment, creation of East African Youth Council, creation of safe civil spaces for young people, election violence, and above all, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
The problem is we only had one safe space for these girls to escape all these challenges of teenage pregnancies, and those were schools. Now, these schools were closed because of COVID-19.
Youth as agents of change participated fully with and among other guests, like the Deputy Head of European Union Delegation to Uganda, Her Excellency Anna Merrifield.
Youth leaders like yourselves need to rise up to design and advocate for solutions to the burning challenges facing the young people in East Africa. Challenges like the lack of employment opportunities and lack of education and skills.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me another chance. It is my prayer that young people realize that true stability and development can be attained.
Almost everything that is great has been done by the youth. So inspire, empower, enlighten. The East African Youth Parliament 2021 awaits. You are the hope of our future. Bunge la Vijana Afrika Mashariki.
I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, a good number of you here will either be speakers or
The
legislators.
East African Youth Parliament, also known as Vijana Assembly, is a well-known platform providing youth with a safe space to air their views on policymaking. Regardless of the lockdown, the Youth Parliament of the year 2020 was extraordinary as people were connected virtually across different countries in Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania.
Young people who are school-going, who are supposed to be productive in this community, are pregnant. And what does this mean?
The cabinet of Uganda, they have not prioritized this issue.
There is no need of us solving something without looking at its cause.
I want to address the motion on smoothing of processes of movement.
Many motions were
people
tabled to the East African Youth Parliament from the regional youth parliament that were held from each of the countries. This included access to quality education for young people who are financially